that could, play a different outcome. And also, you wouldn't see everyone running around with a red flag or blue flag. So it's more that the player is in charge of seeing or knowing that, okay, this guy is a murderer or he is wanted. And there could be different ways of getting the information that this player is wanted from this city. If, for instance, if you pay a specific city guard, that you want to know if there's a bounty on a specific player, and if you pay him for that information or whatever, it's a different skill that could give you that access. You can actually get the information that this player have a bounty on his head, and you can murder him without breaking the rules or going bad yourself. So for sure, there are gonna be a few cities that is kind of outcast. There's no laws, no guards, red towns, and for instance, the Thursar race. If you start as a Thursar in Mountain 2, you're not gonna be able to start in Tinrem and run around by the gods. We follow the lore much more strictly this time around. So a Thursar, if you read the lore, they are outcast from most societies, and you won't be able to start in Tindrem. So there will be more limited areas. For instance, Galkor is one of the cities that Thursars are starting from. They come from another continent, Herbaltor, but we won't start with that continent. So they have limited starting areas. They will be able to travel into other cities, but depending on their status with those nations or races, they could be banned, outcast, or just allowed but be limited in services or be more expensive in services. So there will be different levels of that.
I mean, there's a lot of games out there that have struggled with a decent flagging system. I was playing one the other day, and I just started screaming at the monitor, like, I did something, nobody saw me. Why does everyone in the entire universe know that I did it? And a game that was terrible at that is Fallout. The Fallout games are just awful. And how quickly you can just go from being this negative karma person to this positive karma person. I was going around trying to murder children at one point because I just wanted people to hate me. But there's nothing that I could do that would do it. And it was bizarre. You do a couple of bad deeds in one place in the universe, and then everywhere across, everyone knows about it. I can imagine, though, in a game like Mortal Online, where you've got this large world with this lore that you're creating, that some of these outcast towns that you've got, where what goes on in Vegas stays in Vegas, type of events, and which works great. But there's other places where, even though you've done a heinous action in one town, that town has a lot of trade with another town, so therefore they would know that you are a baddie because the wanted posters got transported in trade where they're communicating. Makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the challenge as well with now when we're trying to refine our flagging system. Like you said, if you're wanted for murder in one city and you venture into another city that doesn't even like that race that you murder or something, they may not be, banning you from that city, obviously. So we're creating this complex arc of the nations and races and how the players are going to be viewed from the different races depending on actions.
And people who make games in their bedrooms, indie developers who are making use of the marketplace on Unreal or the asset store on Unity, they've got things that they can use, like Love Hate is a system that pretty much does that for you. You can you can put things off that, or similar on the Unreal Market Store. How much of your games are entirely your own code, and how much are you getting off Market Store?
So all the game functions and features obviously in-house coded, and majority of that comes from the old game. That's why we're gonna take some quick speed jumps ahead. As soon as we progress specific areas, we're gonna have a lot of content and features in a faster pace rather than creating it from scratch. that's why we also have a lot of things happens during a short development time. The, where we spend time is making sure that we have proper polish this time around, and also since we have increased the visual levels quite a lot, everything kind of have to match that to be in balance, from animation to visual to effects. So everything there takes quite a lot of time. So that's why we're also doing like many major companies are doing today, and that is just like you said. For instance, we were partnering up with Quixel, but since Epic Games bought them and are pretty much offering all that now on their market stores, much of it is also free because they want to promote their engine on the market and
And they've got that
still
nice
be in.
Chinese money behind them, so they can give stuff away
Yeah,
for free.
yeah, and yeah, and they also want to make sure that Unreal Engine is here now and also for the future. There are some other engine that is impressive, so I think it's an
Yeah,
interesting move.
they really are aggressively pushing their market store,
Yeah,
the marketplace, to basically leverage them well above Unity's, because Unity's strength has been, okay, you can get this engine, it's cheap, unless you're going to be making a massive game, so it's not going to cost you much. And here's an asset store where you can get out of the box a load of plugins to help you get a leg started and make the game that you want. A load of construction kits. Remember the game construction kits in the 80s and the 90s?
yeah,
So people in their bedrooms could make a shoot 'em up without
yeah,
writing a single line of code.
yeah,
Unreal's really aggressive now. It's
mm,
not only is it firing on all cylinders to try and beat, it's throwing money at people to
yeah,
move their assets over. So the Adavism team who do the MMO kit for Unity have been awarded a grant by Epic to move the MMO kit over to Unreal so
yeah,
that people can be making MMOs from their bedrooms.
yeah.
Have you had a chat with Epic about getting some of that nice, tasty, free Epic money to do something?
Uh, Not really. We have considered in our team to see what could be suitable here, but since it's so specific, we haven't really pushed more there. We have our schedule and it's quite tight already. So all those things takes much more time and effort than someone would think. And also, since we are a stock company with investors, we also want to make sure that we do this the right way. We plan the money we get from investors, and the money needs to go in this way and follow a plan. So we are very careful when it comes to that. But obviously, if it's a good thing for us and it works and it doesn't change our timeline, it's something we always look into and evaluate. So for us, it's mostly specific assets that we could benefit from the market right now. For instance, when we create natures, trees, houses, and stuff like that, when it's something that works for us, we modify it and try to make sure that it fits the correct part of the game. But that's pretty much the only thing we can take. And even though we buy assets, it's a huge amount of work that needs to go into that. It's easy to think that, oh, a great forest or a great house, just buy it and put it into game and that's it. That may work if you're creating a single player game and with all the limited data and how everything works. But again, when it comes to an MMORPG game, you can't just grab something from the market, put it in the game, and hope that will work, because everything is tied so strictly in our game. We have a budget for everything. We can't just throw in expensive assets. If we have wind and snow and seasons, everything needs to follow the same systems. We need to have proper amount of resolution on textures and not like 8K resolution on a small flower. Performance will die in one instance, in 1 second, if someone would just buy stuff like that from the market and put it into the game. So there's a lot of work and planning, even though we just take a few plants, trees, houses, or stuff like that. So that's a big struggle as well, and mainly because it is again an MMORPG where we need to make sure that the overhead budget is for players. We need to make sure that here's going to be hundreds of players, thousands of players in this region. So we need to make sure that works.
So I can now that you've got a Model Online 1 under your belt, you've got all that experience. I'm just playing a video in the background showing the difference of graphics between 1 and 2 that was uploaded, thankfully, by someone called Wolfzeit, which is
Mm-hmm.
his name. He's got a fantastic set of videos on the Model Online game.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got this experience. You made MO1, but when you started Model Online 1, how many of you had worked on a commercial game or any game, let alone a massively multiplayer game?
We weren't many that have been working on a game like this, especially MMORPG. So most of us were pretty much new. We had some. We worked with some senior game developers that that kind of plan that okay, this is the system we need to build and how we need to build it. And like I said, we also worked quite closely with Epic Games the first years. So we were at their office and having these sessions, how to create our systems.
So, but
And
how
then,
did you get in with them? Because if none of you had been making games beforehand, and you're a bunch of people, uh, uh, lads and ladies from Sweden, getting together, making your first company to make your first game,
yeah,
you just
uh,
knocked on their door and said, "Hi, you don't know us, but can we come in and play?" How did it work?
yeah, well, Sweden back then when I started was kind of putting the game development era on the map, the world map. Uh, like I said, I'm friend with some of the co-owners that started Massive Entertainment, and they were actually they went to
Is it
same.
like the Nintendo story? Because that's pretty much like you guys put Nintendo on the map.
Uh, yeah, I don't know if you could say that, but but yeah, it was this combination of that we had some talents in the team and we have really good connection that we would work with, and and we had this growing education when it comes to game development, and some of the companies just starting were actually, yeah, showing the world that Swedish game developers are good, and we are growing in that field quite rapidly, and also investing a lot of in education when it comes to game development. So that mix, I would say, uh, gave the opportunity, and I took the role of trying to do the other part, which was also pretty much impossible, everyone said in the gaming industry, and that was how will we get the fundings for this?
Yeah,
This is a
the
huge
money.
project, the money, yeah. And I mean, it's all these salaries for years before we can start selling anything. Who would invest in that? I mean, it was a huge challenge as well to get those pieces into place. So not only developers, talent, knowledge, but also the software, technology, and money. So yeah, everyone said this is impossible. You don't do it like this, Henrik. You should join Massive instead and go with us. That was the constant response I got. But that motivated me even more to continue on this path because I was so passionate about creating this MMORPG, and I knew that the guys that was with me, for instance, Mats Persson, that created one of these game development educations, and he's a senior in the gaming industry as well, very talented guy. Uh, he was he was both laughing at me when it comes to how are you going to do that? That's nuts. But at the same time, he said, "Hell yeah! If you manage to do it, I'm with you because that would be my dream as well to be able to design such systems, create lore, create this game world, universe. That's one of his passions as well. So it was a good match that I met these guys, and I told him, so okay, so if I manage to get the fundings for this, you're with us, right? You will move down to our city, and he just laughed and said, yeah, sure. And 1.5 later, I called him and said, "It's time, Mats. You can move down now." And he said, "Holy cow! Okay, I would pack my things and go to Malmö." And he traveled to our city, and we started working together as a team. And that was the beginning of everything.
So never give up. If something feels like it's going to be too much, people keep telling you to don't to stop, don't do it. That's a good lesson. Just keep on.
Yeah, I mean, I remember that I met so many different investors, developers, and all kind of people, and especially in Sweden, I slowly started to expand. And one of the big challenge was, of course, any investor, a senior investor, they want to invest in something they understand and can touch or know what it's all about. And obviously, the majority back then didn't have a clue what I was talking about. They thought I was just mad. So the majority just said, "Yeah, sounds very interesting, but I have no clue what it is, so therefore I can't invest in this." So, and some of them also were, when I were talking to the gaming industry that was supposed to um, um, make the gaming industry and developers grow in Sweden, they promoted a lot of this, investing a lot of money in both in marketing, education, and just making doing it aware of investors and developers and companies. But they just directed everything towards being owned by some of the major ones. For instance, Ubisoft owning Massive, uh, and so on. So they would be afraid that this could hurt investors if they didn't understand. So it's better to take the safe road and join one of
Oh
these
wow.
uh,
So
companies like
that was their
Ubisoft.
model of growing the industry in Sweden was their model was get companies bought out by larger companies.
Uh, well,
Which is kind
they
of is it safe to keep it keeps people employed if they have the
yeah,
stability of a large company behind them. I can
yeah,
understand where
yeah.
there's less risk involved.
For sure, I understand that part. And the only thing was that I wasn't interested in joining one of those companies and making this game I didn't have any experience in or passionate about. So, and I said, I mean, there's room for more companies. I mean, there's no other company in Sweden. So, so let's see what we can do with this. And the exciting part with this project was that we don't need many players to break even, and we don't need many more to become a huge success. And that was one of the, of course, one of the exciting parts for investors, that if we just do little right and get a few players, we can grow very quickly, and that will help us to get even more resources. So that's also always been, we've always been on this line where we go uphill and we're getting close, we can feel it, and we had the numbers at sometimes. But then again, there's always something that pushed us back, especially with Modline 1. So again, this second time, 15 years later, doing this journey once more and having the all the base from the first game, we are very excited to do this second time, and feel so much more confident that this time it will be a different outcome.
It's exciting. I love your story. You should it should be talk to people to make it into a Hollywood movie. Honestly, mate. Your launch of more online. You're saying it couldn't have gone more worse if you'd planned it to be bad.
Mm.
Um, how much stress testing did you do in preparation for it, and it for it still also to not be a successful launch?
Uh, I mean, we didn't have enough resources to do proper or enough stress testing the first time around. We had our different phases, and they worked pretty well. But again, we didn't expect, I mean, we did get pretty flooded on the release day. We didn't expect that so many would join us because we hadn't done uh, anything in marketing or pretty much anything at all. Players just found us, and we were hoping that we would grow over time. But it was almost the opposite, that thousands of players jumped in on day one, and it was pure chaos. Everything got more flooded than we would ever have guessed, and gave us so many more new issues and things to solve instead of slowly growing over time. So we tried to divide players into blocks to get them into the game, so we would kind of cut off a lot of the stress, uh, and and we managed to fix error after error, as soon as a new arrived. And it kind of the same thing happened all over again in Steam release, because then we're not talking a few thousand, we're talking like 100,000
Wow.
instead.
So
So
was that free to download and play at that point, or was
uh,
it paid?
no, at first, let me remember. I don't. What was it? Was it pay to play at first? Does someone remember in the channel? I'm almost forgot.
In chat, who can remember? Was on the Steam release? Was it
Yeah,
was
on
it was
Steam
it was
release,
it was it paid? Steam was free to play.
free to play.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
if you'd had hundreds of thousands of people
Yeah.
spamming your servers and they'd paid you $30 to go in, that's
Yeah.
that's a lot of money, mate.
Yeah.
That that
Yeah.
that that, that I would cry happily. It's oh, it's a bad launch. We got 3 million.
Yeah.
You know what
Yeah. That
I mean?
exactly. It will be a positive chaos, kind of. So, but yeah, that's right. It was free to play, and that also, of course, helped us to get so many more players that we couldn't expect. So yeah, it was all over again, chaos in a new degree when in the Steam release. And again, yeah, so many players that had no clue what Modline was, just saw the trailers and thought it was looked cool, and many of them also expected more a World of Warcraft game. So many just bounced directly. Um it was a very difficult experience, and yeah, we had a lot of issues there as well in that ways.
With people subscribing to be able to play, were you running any analytics to see what that bounce rate was? How many people at launch who had a bad experience came back afterwards? If it was a return from, use marketing terms, churn, like if it was like within a month or 3 months, they never came back.
Yeah, uh, since the players that found us from different games and been with us and following the progression and development, many of them were the core players, and many of them also understood that we try to be as open as possible and explain that look, it is going to crash, there is going to be problems, and we just hope that you bear with us and give us the time to fix that and polish that, even though we have to release now and there's a cost to subscribe, and the game will launch and it will be persistent but it will be problems in the beginning. um, Many of those players were supporting us and understood that, and also pretty quickly saw the progression that we weren't just lazy and sitting back. I mean, it never stopped. We were working so hard, so many hours, so many days. It really took so much energy out of all of us. So, uh, but these players were actually coming back on and off for many of them took pause breaks from the games, especially when wars started to happen in the game. When one side lost their assets or whatever, it was a big hit, and it means a lot of work to get back to that. So that caused many breaks from all players. They could take a break from a week or two or even several months, but then eventually they came back to the game again. So we noticed a huge player base from this core group that was really supporting us and coming back, and many were just subscribing to support us, and that was really amazing to see that these players really like the vision and see the progress and see that there's a lot of those pieces now in place, and it's really good, and it gives a unique gaming experience, even though we still have polish left to do and more work to do. uh, and then the big difference when we entered Steam release, that's when completely players that didn't have a clue at all what Modline was about, they came into the game. Again, we hadn't really prepared that step to take the players in a proper way and educate them or show them how it's meant to be played. Many players wonder, so there's nothing I can do in this game. I can just kill some pigs in this garden, that's it. And veterans said, no, you can do more than any other MMORPG on the market, pretty much. So, what are you interested in? What do you want to become? And he was like, I don't know. Is there no quest? Where's the arrows? No, no. Don't think about World of Warcraft. Think about a living world where you can start your business. You can become a thief. You can become a fighter. You can become a tamer. And there was, oh my God, you mean I can become this and that? Yeah, sure. It's just, I mean, it's about your imagination of what you think is fun in doing. And as soon as they actually reached that point and started to move towards that direction, those players were becoming subscribers. But if they didn't reach that step or get introduced by a veteran or got this information, they pretty much stopped playing after the first short tutorial that was like 15 to 25 minutes. And then they quit
Yeah.
playing and never came back. So
You
it was
you
huge
need to
problem.
get them hooked before they can become addicts, pretty
Yeah,
much. Um,
exactly.
but your quests weren't enough of a gateway drug to get them addicted. But which is a common problem on many of these ambitious sandbox. And you and I would, spoke briefly before the stream about another game that I think only us old veterans would remember, Rome with Victor, which was a very ambitious MMO that was made by a team in the UK. Um, us small countries making great MMOs, and much like Mortal Online, you could be anything you want to be. You just go out and do it. There were no quests, but much like the story of what you describe in Mortal Online, if you just get spawned into a world with nobody telling you what to do, you walk around, look at things, and you go, "Well, what do I do?" They had to start adding in quests, and you kind of felt it was diluting what we spoke about earlier. Their true idea and image of their game was slowly turning more into a quest-based game. So, um, how have you gone from Mortal Online 1, which, as you've said, is not very forgiving to the noob who just spawns in and wants to know what to do, to Mortal Online 2, where it's saying, hey, you're a complete newbie, you've never played this game before, don't worry, here.
Mm. Yeah, so the latest development we did in Modline was in this area because we noticed that just looking at the numbers from Steam, we had so many new players daily downloading, entering the game. So there was no shortage of new players. The problem was that we couldn't keep them. They didn't understand anything, and we didn't have a proper system to give them a chance at least. The only or the best option or solution was if a veteran was nice enough to teach them or take them on or invite them into their guilds. That really increased the ratio of players getting into the game. And obviously, we can't just release a game having the same chances, just hoping that players will do their part. That's our part to make sure that they understand the game at least and give it a chance. So the, what we did in Modern One was we created this new island where all new players starts on, and in this island we show them in a more isolated environment so they can't just be violated so easily by a player or a monster that is, because that's also the thing. If you go out in the wilderness and you run into a bear, then that bear gonna eat your head in 1 second if you're a new player and don't know how to act against that. So on this island, we try to minimize the danger and give them better tools to educate them and give them choices of these base directions, base professions, how you could craft or how you could start making money, or how you, if you're interested in fighting with this or that weapon, this is how you progress there. And then giving some kind of not really traditional quests, but some key components to try to figure out or beat on this island. And then whenever you feel ready, you leave that island and comes to the real world, and that's where it becomes a little bit more dangerous because now we don't have this isolated island with limited dangers. Uh, but again, we don't want to fool the players on this island to make it feel like you can't be killed or attacked, or players can't steal from you, or monsters or animals aren't dangerous. We do want to teach them that this is not World of Warcraft, where you see a green level, you can always win against him. So that's one of the challenge because World of Warcraft ruined so many players in that way that they're used to that. So that's one of the challenge to give them a new and fresh view on how to get into this game world and how that where it demands a little bit more from you. You need to, I mean, use your brain and knowledge and experience much more in this game over time. But we want to try to introduce it in a more easy way, so they at least see that, okay, wow, here's a lot of depth to figure out and wander deeper into. And only this first part, like combat, which is the most basic, looks really interesting and complex to be a MMORPG. So therefore, I'm more interested in getting better and progress my character, and that will eventually lead you towards these more complex areas when you're done with the first basic stuff. So
Oh,
that's
nice.
our main focus, at least.
I'm looking forward to see how your take on Noob Island is going to be. There's a few
Mm,
people that in their games they have these newbie safe zones, but like you say, it's a risk. You have to
mm,
balance.
yep,
Don't make it too safe, otherwise people don't really appreciate the transition. They would walk out and go,
mm,
"Oh, what a lovely sunny day! I've enjoyed Noob Island," and they get their head eaten by a bear, as you described,
mm,
or a pig comes and kills them. Just looking into the chat,
yep.
advice here we've got from Miramex says, if More Online 2 succeeds in making a nice long intro into the surface of all mechanics, it should be able to tell the player where he can start and do stuff from then on. It will be up to him to find his limit.
Yeah, that's where we're aiming for. We got a lot of both experience and feedback from players on the first island that we created in Modline 1. So we're gonna use all that information and try to take it a even better step in Modline 2.
Chat saying that they'd love to see a good way of doing guild recruitment in game. There's a bit of concern about recruitment channels where people just spam and become obviously no use whatsoever if they're just full of annoying, useless text. So, what are you planning in Mortal Online 2 to help communities build their own guilds and for new players to find a guild or a community to join?
We had this one idea of m- creating a recruitment hub or something similar on this island where players could list their guilds with some information. So it's not only a spam, it is the player that have to be interesting and go there and see that, oh, okay, so if I go here, I can actually go through all these different guilds. And if I'm interested in one of them, I can reach out, contact them, and possibly join them, depending on the rules of the guilds, what they set up. And hopefully we can find a way where this works without being a spam, but still is efficient and viable for new players. Because we have noticed that many players that joins these kind of games, they do want to be part of a community or a guild and find groups and players, because the game is a lot fun when played in a group or with other friends. I mean, the game is heavily focused on player interaction, trades, conflicts, and all that. So the game really shines when we have a healthy population. So we do want to promote players to be able to take that step easily and find other guilds, like-minded goals, and reach out and contact them. And if they do manage to do that in a good way, we're sure that that player will be more well taken care of by those like-minded players rather than just left alone in a chaotic game world.
Are you doing it that they can visually see who's in the guild? Or is it talking the old-fashioned name and underneath your name there's your guild name kind of thing, or is it going to be a more subtle method?
I'm not 100% sure yet there, because, like I said, when we're rebuilding the flagging system, we do want to put a little bit more on the player side, which means if I know that this guy murdered this or that, I have that knowledge and information and can take note within the game that he have done this crime or whatever, and therefore I can act on it. Or if these are the enemies and guilds. So the main goal here is that we do want to give that more to the players, that they are in charge of that. And if they know correctly and have the knowledge, they can also behave correctly on it. But again, we need to be sure that there's a way to somehow identify who's who and why, and if there's wars going on or conflicts. So it is a pretty huge area that we're going through, and it is also connected to one of the sensitive topics that I know all MO veterans are asking a lot about, and that's the territory control system. So we're going to start out with the basics, obviously, first, and that's the guild system, keeps and housing, and then that expands to more territory control functions over time as well. And we really want to take our time to make a really solid game system in this field that works for the future. Because in the first game, we got a lot of good feedback when we released it, and players were having a blast exploring it all, building it all, designing their own cities. But then when that part kind of reached endgame, and player conflicts and all that, players blocking off content, that's where we started to see the full picture and endgame feedback on that area system. And it wasn't as good. It was going down from there. So more and more players started to agree that, okay, there's many issues with this system and it needs to be improved on. And that's also what we're going to do in Hotline 2, rebuild most of that from scratch and make sure that this works for the future and endgame as well.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, because I can see how uh, territory control and what people are saying in chat about having even access to NPC like buildings, ready-made buildings, being able to rent them. It's easily for players, especially large groups or guilds, to abuse that system, and then it just becomes frustrating for new players, smaller guilds, or complete newbie. He doesn't even have a chance to get started because the world already exists, has been taken over. And in a lot of way, that's actually very realistic, though. In real life, that 1% who've got all the money own 90% of all the land that you want to be able to build on
Mm.
yourself. So,
Mm.
you could say, well, it's realistic. That's
Yeah,
that's what life's like. It's not fair. Never mind.
yeah,
But it
mm,
doesn't make it fun for somebody who's paying money. And like you were saying earlier,
mm,
lessons you've learned from Mortal Online 1, from Mortal Online 2, it's not free to play anymore, is it?
exactly. There was mostly the, the cons were growing when it comes to the negative parts were growing over the time when it comes to free to play. The only positive thing was at a brief moment where we got an influx of a lot of new players, but since we couldn't take care of them properly enough, we lost most of them very quickly after. So we were just stuck with a system that was highly abused by everyone, using alts for everything, multiple accounts for everything, trying sneaky things for everything. So we couldn't really see the benefit anymore. And we want to make this game that has the same fair chance for everyone. And we also noticed that players didn't really invest in the characters. They didn't feel attached to their character. They just created account after account, character after character, and they felt like it became a job. I have so many characters. I log on this one for 10 minutes to refine or craft something. I run on this one to do this and that. And we noticed that it was not really following the desired game design and vision we had. So we had to take the time to really carefully see, okay, so how do we make this better this time around? How do we make sure that a player would invest time and effort to progress the character and have a tied emotion with that character? So it also ties to reputation. Since you only have one character, your reputation is more important because if you act bad in this game world, then obviously if you are everything invested in this character, it could be a harsh time for you to to act depending on what you're doing with other players and so on. So and also to remove this feeling forced to jump on this other character to craft for my main fighter or whatever. It wasn't beautiful, and players didn't really enjoy it. So that's why we took the decision, and we actually had this on the table the first time around, but we weren't sure if that was the right way to go. So we kind of feel now that okay, with all this knowledge again and experience, we should be able to pinpoint all these areas that wasn't that successful and make sure it works better. So hopefully now players will invest more time and choose what they enjoy doing. And since it's heavily focused on player interaction and trading, they shouldn't be forced to create a craft of for their main um, fighter. But if they are a fighter and they want to learn crafting as well to support it, it's possible now since we also divide the tree skill system to be more complex and offer more for one character since
No,
it's tied to
awesome.
one.
That was like talking earlier about other games. I just see lots of parallels and similarities in both Star Wars Galaxies and the Rome Victor, as we were talking about earlier. That Star Wars Galaxies first, you could be a bounty hunter who's also a tailor. It was amazing before they changed it with the CU update. And likewise with Rome Victor, it was you could learn any skill you wanted, but the more skills you learn, the more decay you might get on other skills. So you become an expert in 20 skills, but you're not bad in maybe 30 other skills, and then you're pretty crap in some other ones. And a lot of games go down that WoW model, which put people into you're a healer, you're a tank, but their solution to that is you can have as many characters as you want on a server. SWG, you remember back in the day, you had one character per server, but you could be on multiple different servers. Or once you got a Jedi, the second time round, before they changed it, you could have two characters on one server. You could have your Jedi character and the second slot that got opened for you. So what people did was, and I'm one of those people, and I've still got boxes in the cupboard, I would be subscribed. I would have like 5 monthly subscriptions to Star Wars Galaxies, so I could play 5 different characters on a server. But that's 5 monthly fees. So is Mortal Online 2 going to be a one-off payment or a monthly transaction fee?
There's a monthly subscription fee to play Modline. So it is that model. And
So is it the same monthly fee for everyone, and you don't get any benefits? It's not like if you pay like a premium, you get more in-game currency compared to someone else who's paying
no,
the normal one.
No, there's only it's the same price for everyone. It's standard monthly subscription fee for this one account, and there's one character that you can create on this account.
Shadow asking about in-game cash currency conversion. So, is there a way to convert your real cash into in-game money?
No, we don't have that, and there's also one big reason that we are really nervous and are not interested in going that road, and that is because you would buy money pretty much in the game, and since the entire game world is so heavily focused on player built and crafted things, uh, everything is player driven economy, and it's something that be very important in the first game and even so important in the second game. So that's why we're very careful about how you can affect the economy and player trades, and that function usually affect that trade quite heavily. So, and I mean, even Line is a good example. They have Plex, like many of you know, but it is kind of pay to win. I mean, if you just add some money and you have this Plex, you trade it, and then you can buy a bigger chip. You shouldn't be able to jump in until you actually grind the money for it and learn the skills better. So there's areas where it becomes very sensitive very quickly, where it gets affected, where players can buy all these huge assets and take location in the game world that is already kind of, how do I say it? We need to make sure that the balance of who can control and claim that is done in the correct way within the game and not affected by real money.
So, I mean, there are people in chat like are debating, saying that one person said they knew somebody who would kill bandits and sold gold, and he lived off that money in real life. He would pay rent, food, etc., based off his in-game actions. And as going back to SWG, I remember there was a huge marketplace on the forums where people would buy and sell like resources in game. They'll mine and harvest, and you go, okay, I've got 500 units of whatever, and people would buy it using in-game currency, which is fantastic because, like, exactly as you're describing, it's a economy that's player driven, albeit they only had a way to have a marketplace for that outside of the game because there wasn't that structure at the time in the game. However, there was also people paying real money to buy your character. I'll buy your Jedi off you for $400, kind of thing.
Mm.
Um,
Mm.
so do you see a problem in and I'm going to call it a black market marketplace where players are buying and selling in-game currency amongst themselves using real money?
I mean, it's pretty much impossible to control that because, like you said, it's in all games, and the Chinese farmers are famous for finding games where they can farm gold and sell them for real money because for them that could be more money than for us. Uh, when we released Montline, we saw some of these websites starting um, where Chinese farmers were offering gold for us, a cent or whatever. And it was ironic because when I tried to buy some of this, I said, "Yeah, I would like to buy some gold just to see how this worked and if it was real." And they, at that moment, they didn't have anyone working in game. Obviously, they would have that listed to see if there was a growing demand for it. And at one time, they actually started to put some people into the game to try to start harvesting some money until they very quickly found out that players were killing them and stealing all their stuff. So they kind of have to shut it down quite quickly again. So that kind of handled itself, and I guess that's gonna be the same way in the future as well for Mountain 2. If there's these farmers going in, players will handle them how they see fit. Um, but again, we've always been a little against and very careful when it comes to how a player can buy stuff and get trades in the game. But like I said, when a player decides to sell his or her account or an item on a black market, it's very difficult for us to track that and handle that and also spend resources into that. So we never done that. But it is kind of against the rules and we don't support it because what usually happens is someone contact our support and say, look, this guy sold me this account or whatever, and now he changed password. And yeah, that's the things that happens with these black markets. You get robbed and tricked. And since it's not allowed, we can't help anyone and being tricked in that way other than we can only make sure that the owner for this account is the rightful owner. And those are the rules that is important to understand so people don't get tricked like this.
There's a big sign you can have: buyer beware. Um, if somebody, as you say, they know that it's naughty and they get in trouble by doing it, they shouldn't do it. It's illegal for a reason because it's dangerous and it might go tragically wrong. Teko Kaj is asking, is this the right forum to ask? It's the right forum to ask any question, but I'm married, so it's okay. When's the next release of the $40 keys? So you've got different keys to help support. How is explain to us what the $40 key is and why people should be buying it.
Yeah. So at this point, we are in, as you know, an alpha where the main focus is combat movement and logging system and the main windows and all that's what we're testing right now. um, so what we want to do now is make sure that we have players that knows what it's about and what we're aiming for so we can have very effective feedback, effective bug reports, or many of our veterans can very quickly see what doesn't seem to work or not compared to a new player because there's the core base is similar
I'm
from
just
the
running.
first
I'm
game in
running
the combat system
checks.
as well, even though everything is pretty much built from scratch. So we didn't want to open up the beta for the masses and get new players in that haven't seen the game since we're still pretty early on and we haven't reached the point where we actually implement the other functions other than combat. So we are very happy where we are at this point with a good amount of players, very good reports and feedback from these players, and we can very effectively progress and make sure the combat is moving in the right direction. um, but yeah, over time we are slowly increasing this pool, which means we do now have two options to get into this alpha. One is one of our first package. We made a Conflux pack, which is called, from where they get lifetime subscription, everything from the first
Oh,
game, because we
wow.
got this request from players that is it worth subscribing for the old game? Isn't the second game releasing soon? And that's why we made this package and said, look, we're gonna make it worth for you if you're still interested in playing Modline 1. This is the package you could buy. You will get a lifetime subscription, so you don't have to think about the subscription anymore. And you also get client for Modline 2. You get 3 months of subscription. You can also reserve your name if that's important for you. So we made this package for those interested players that wanted both. And we got a nice influx of those players, which was part of our first alpha test phases. And that worked very well. Then over time, when people spread out and we haven't been patching for a while, then the in-game population goes down a little bit. So people were asking more and more, could we offer the normal price RAM package, which we had planned for a little bit later. But since we saw that we can increase the player pool, we made this $39 package, which is the normal price for the client, a month of subscription, and you can get instant access to alpha as well. So we're still getting mostly veterans or within our community, which we are happy with
Do you see like
because
fancy
it's
things,
very efficient, like I said. Uh, but yeah, when we reach the next step, that's when we're slowly increasing, or start showing it for new players as well. But since we only have the combat, we don't rush that step yet.
I got worried when you said $40. I thought $40 a month.
Yeah, no, yeah, no. That's for the client and a subscription. The subscription monthly subscription is going to be 14.25 US dollars, which is the normal rate we go for.
What's the 25 cents for?
I'm not sure actually. We just looked at
No, was that a marketing thing to make it sound more appealing?
well, the thing is, we're making this huge game. We're investing so much into this, and we're looking at the market. So where are all the other games putting their prices? Uh, and we don't want to show that. Why should our game be much cheaper if we have the same cost for operating the servers, the development, and to be able to continue development? We need to have the cost cover for all that. And just to find a middle ground, we were just, I think it was below the normal rate where Even Line and World of Warcraft were running their monthly fees at. That's where we just landed at 14.25, I think it was.
Cool. I was going to say that the 25 cents goes towards the marketing team for their budget, and the $14 goes to the IT team.
Yeah, it could be something like that.
Well, I'm good. I've just got on the screen now your matrix, your price matrix that you've got.
Yeah.
So you can get 3 subscriptions for the 149. Is that 3 months worth or actual 3 different? So you can play 3 different characters.
No, it's 3 month subscription in that package.
And the perpetual unlimited lifetime of the first game. So when are those servers going to get shut down though?
The plan is that as soon as Hotline 2 goes persistent state, that's when we start the world. And that means the lore transfer, we have a specific time age in Hotline 1, and there's, the time gonna lapse over to the new era, which is Hotline 2. So we have a small transfer. We have some plans to make a ending of the first game, and then several hundred years have passed.
Oh,
That's when,
awesome.
so yeah, so that's when players starts in Hotline 2. So it's actually their ancestry that that play the first game, and depending of your wealth in the first game, that gets handed down to you in a very specific way when you start playing Hotline 2. And it's very important to understand that there's no advantage when it comes to wealth that you can buy or grab land. because you played the first game. So it's important to understand that because yeah, many players were worried that now everyone going to be rich on launch day and it's not going to be a fair race. But it is. It will be a fair race. Everyone starts with same character stats and same amount of money in the pocket, but we're transferring wealth in a way that is really interesting lore wise, and it will have a value that grows over time. So there's actually a reason to um, still have your wealth from the first game and bring that to the second game. And there's still time to build up some wealth as well.
That's the question I was going to ask you. The key question is: I'm a noob. I've never played Mortal Online 1. Have I got time to load it up tomorrow, start playing, and for how long before, like, I'm not going to put you on the spot and say, like, we're going to say quarters or years before my character will die, the world comes to an end, and he's been passed down in generations to Mortal Online 2.
I mean, it all depends on your play style. If you're only going for maximize your wealth in Mortal 1, then any veteran knows how to do that, what kind of options you have. And if that's something a new player would do, I still think there's time to rise on the bar because we're going to draw the line somewhere that if you have enough wealth, we're going to recalculate your value into I would say a currency or something. And that's the currency we convert in Mortal 2 that gets transferred into a value that may grow over time, but doesn't have an impact for in the game or when it comes to starting from
Oh,
scratch.
I'm guessing because you've given nothing away in details, but I'm kind of like guessing you're hinting at something like an in-game dynasty or some kind of reputation, like you become a grand family or one like of a descendant of a renowned lineage, or I don't know. I'm hypothesizing. It could be anything, but I'm intrigued. Do you even know what it is, or are you, and you actually have this planned out, or are you winging it?
Uh,
Do you honestly know what you're going to do? Have you worked it all out?
yeah, we have a few areas where we're still not sure, but there is one specific area that we know. Yes, this is it. It makes sense and it's good, and people gonna like it. And it's not nothing that gives you a head start in an unfair way. But people may like it quite a lot. Some may not care as much. Uh, but also over time, it may grow in value, which is always interesting for every player. So I think this one thing we have makes sense, and that one we knows for sure. And then the rest is a bonus if we add something more.
Oh, anyway, now you've got a question that comes back to a point that you raised earlier about players who have got multiple accounts and multiple players. So they say multiple characters. Text says, very important question regarding that wealth transfer. We have our wealth on random characters and random accounts. How are you going to determine that?
Yeah, that's a good question. We heard that one before, and we haven't really figured out what kind of rules we will follow here or what we set down for the players. So it is something we need to still think about to make it as logical and as fair as possible. So we're not fully sure about that one yet.
Well, I like that you're looking at a solution for it. I personally would have been like, well, you shouldn't have lots of characters. That's just flooding it. I'm there you go. Too bad. But
Yeah.
you've got enough of the market, people who are playing the game who have used that. It's kind of like when you've got multiple accounts and you're using them like segregated bank accounts, I suppose, to be safe. If you're a bit worried about having all of your eggs in one basket, have multiple accounts, and there's less likely that you're going to get killed and all your stuff is going to go, or I don't
Yeah.
know. I can see devil's advocate. I can see why some people would do it. I just wouldn't do it myself. It's like I can see why some people drink Diet Coke. I just wouldn't do it myself. I'd go Coke Zero. I'm going to share my screen with you, and I'm going to jump inside your wonderful thing. If I click turn on screen, tell me when you can see.
Yeah. Yes, I can see.
Brilliant. Can you see? Can you see the title of your game?
I see it.
Roulette saying Zero, isn't that Diet Coke? No, not at all. It's a completely different flavour, and Zero in different ways. Diet Coke is basically no flavour whatsoever. It's like drinking battery acid. Mortal Online 2, I'm going to click any key to continue. Actually, that's a lie. I clicked my mouse, which is not in fact a key. It's a button,
Oh,
and it still worked.
mm-hmm.
I love your patch notes. I'm gonna say, I'm loving the vibes I'm getting here. Straight away, I've got a skull with a sword for it. Kind of lets me know what I'm gonna expect to see while I'm playing the game. I'm turning the desktop audio on. Human females. Yes, you've got human females. I've seen your tweets. I'd like to say my wife has seen your tweets too and asked me what I was looking at. So you got me in trouble there, Henrik.
Yeah, I can understand.
You've got censored and uncensored. And if I go into the settings section, which I love this, by the way. If I go into, I think it's gameplay, isn't it? Where is it? Oh, video? There you go. Video. Enable gore. Ticked because everyone loves violence. Enabled nudity.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know if it's allowed on your stream.
No, although when Conan came out, there was a lot of nudity in Conan, and it was told that it was allowed to have the nudity in Conan and stream it because it was core part of the game. However, what you tend to find was that Twitch streamers, because they're all children, would go swimming, nude, and put the camera right up the character's bottom. So no matter what you do, you always have to remember that even a 60-year-old gamer is in fact a 13-year-old schoolboy when he's given a pair of virtual boobies and a nudie bum bum in a game.
Yeah.
It reminds me of an old game called Rockstar Ate My Hamster on the Spectrum, where there was a virtual page 3 Sun newspaper, and there was a cartoon pair of naked drawn breasts. I remember playing that as a child and my mother walking in as that came up on the screen, and I've never had the power cable pulled out of a computer faster in my life. And here we are 30 years on, and Henrik, nothing has changed, my friend. Nothing has changed. Key binding. I noticed that there's not a lot of different binding to be done. Is that, am I to expect like some kind of mouse directional control or something?
Yeah, there's a few different ones. If you go into gameplay, I think it's in gameplay. Yeah.
Oh, swing direction. Nice.
Yeah. So here's a few options. There's like 3 different options how you prefer to block or swing from. There's one experimental one where you kind of have to drag it into a direction. You click and drag to choose a direction. One is by just having a direction and then click, and then one is using keyboard. So all depending on your style. And this is also great because it's based on feedback from our players that we really want to deliver the optimal choices for the players. So we're pretty mixed, everyone. I've been going back and forth within all these 3, and I still can't really decide which one I'm going for. So,
but
yeah,
it's cool that you can switch mid-game as well. You're not tied to it at the beginning. Can I load up the game as I'm playing, change it to be a different method, or do I have to turn it off and load it up again?
No, you just go into settings again and change it with a click of a button.
I can see you've got languages. There was a question earlier in chat that I missed to put it to you. It was about the law, and somebody wrote, have you translated the hardcore Swedish to English yet for the law?
Yeah, the advanced Swedish to advanced English, the never-ending question. We haven't really translated anything there. We do have, like I said before, a lot of text both in Swedish and English, and I really want to make use of most of it this time, like I said, and especially in game. So th- what we need to do here, which will take some time, is that there's when Mats wrote all this, he wrote it in everything in one document, meaning that there's a section of this that is meant for developers only, and a section meant to be in-game only. So half of it is it would be spoiled. So and that's why we need to take the time to see, okay, what part can be added into the game and what comes later or is a secret and will be hidden in a different way. And some parts we never thought that we would reveal. For instance, like I said, that's created the universe and the time long before the human race, the Ogmi race, and all the playable races. We had a timetable for everything that happened before that. Even though, even when it was like organisms and bacteria, that's where Mortal Lion story begins. It's so insanely deep, and then it evolves over the thousands of years into this modern time, which is the playable races we have now. So it's very cool to read on, and and I said it's so sad that we don't reveal this because it has so much depth and everything makes sense. How can we incorporate this in the game? And that's also one of the things. How would we incorporate all that time in the game when
Google
there is stuff?
Translate's not helping. Then I take it.
Yeah, and who documented this? How would you present that in the game if no one could write it? And then when gods arrive, and so yeah, there's so many eras, but I really want to get some of that at least in the game in a way because it adds a lot of depth and interesting things about the game.
Um, I'm I've noticed that in your game, women can't have beards.
Correct.
I was playing Outer Worlds, and I got overexcited by having my female character with a massive beard and moustache. It was awesome. I'm just throwing it out there for you. Um, I'm going to guess that there's going to be lots more different hair and beard
Yeah,
selections later on. But what else have you got
yeah,
planned for customization, like hair color, body shapes?
yeah. Well, if you choose the Blaine, the Ogma race that isn't in the alpha right now, but eventually, then you will be able to have more hair on the woman, and I think we even have hair on those because yeah, there are a specific race. But yes, there will be more hairstyles and facial styles, and we also have a profession where you can actually create hairstyles for players as a professional service.
Oh,
So,
awesome.
so you could expect those be grown over time when the game has been released as well.
Oh,
So it
my.
will be kind of basic from the beginning, but over time, players will be able to discover new hairstyles and beards and go from there.
Well,
Uh,
I used to be a tailor. Talking about Star Wars games, I played for years, and all I wouldn't even go out fighting anyone. I would just make clothes in game and sell them to people in game, like in my tailor's shop. So the fact that you're having such a player-driven, like you said, player-driven economy to the extent that player-driven hairdressers is awesome.
exactly. Yeah, those things are really cool. So yeah, and also now we're creating heroes now as well for the future. Just stacking them up, and they're really awesome stuff, and it will give more variation and unique styles. So yeah, obviously we're gonna expand on the character creation so you can fine tune your looks even more. And
What are these
yeah,
different
them.
species that you've got? You've got obviously I don't know the law. So you've got Alvarian, Omnia, Two-Star, and Human.
Yeah. So uh, exactly. So humans is the one. Yeah, you know about that. We have um, how many is it? Tinyamines, chlorides, silicons, colors. Yeah,
Sidian.
that's
How do you pronounce it? Sidonian?
it's yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's so the species kind of what we call it clade. It's the race family, and then where you are now, race is within that clade, the subspecies we'll say. So that's all the humans, and
And then
then
you've
you
got
have the Almarine, and that's the elves kind of.
oh, cool.
Yeah, there's two types of elves. We call them Vila and Shivra. Um,
Is that like
so
dark and light, or is that? Am I being too
uh,
simplistic?
yeah, pretty much. One of them is more out in the wild, bound to nature and stuff, very agile, and they're pretty small and slimmer. And the Shiva is more underground in mountains and has developed a darker skin. So they're pretty different. One live above ground in trees, one live underground.
Oh, like Morlocks in a oh
Yeah,
time machine. Um,
yeah.
so the Ogmere, you've got
Yeah, so
Blaine, Hugar.
Ogmir, exactly those two. Ogmir is the dwarf clade that you would recognize from fantasy. So it's Herga and Blaine's. And they're also pretty different from each other's, where uh, the Blaine is a cousin to the Herga, you would say. And the Herga is more the traditional underground mountains, and they are kind of addicted to a resource called ichor, which makes their skin red like a disease.
Oh wow,
They have a, it's like a drug. So there are some benefits from it, but some downsides with it. And then their cousins is the Blaines, which kind of fled or moved and lived with the colors. They are more in the north cold continent, so they live in the snow. So they develop more thick fur to withstand the cold. So they're quite different, even though they are within the same species. Okay.
and then you got the
And then
Thusars.
exactly
They
that,
sound exciting.
yeah, that's the half breed. So it is the outcome from a human and Rysar. And the Rysar is our take on the orcs. So it's a half breed, a half orc, you could say, so you know what I mean. Uh, so they get the strength from the Rysars and the mentality strength from the humans.
But the Rysars
The
aren't playable. So is that?
Rysars aren't playable. They're more beast-like.
Oh.
They haven't as much intelligence. So Thursa is the mix between those. And the Thursa can mix with any of the five humans. So you will get some of the strength from the one you choose from. The stats changes depending on which race you choose.
Cool. Are we going to
Uh,
see that like here? You're going to have visualize and
yeah, exactly. So we're working on the Alvarins family. We just finished the Thursa, so we should be seeing the Thursa in here pretty shortly.
awesome. Oh,
Mm,
brilliant. Because at the moment
yeah,
you've got the humans, people in chat are going, but the characters aren't changing. That's because you've got
yeah,
the humans playable only at the
exactly.
moment. And even if I
Yeah,
went and changed, and I go to, it will say this clade is not implemented yet. Please change the clade. And I was confused. I was like, "What's the clade?" And then I was clicking
yeah,
this, and then I
yeah,
changed that one, and then suddenly it worked.
exactly. We wanted to show all of them that are in place, but yeah, it could be a little tricky to see that at first. But yeah, they will come pretty shortly. We're working on them. And then
And
you have
you've got the
starting
starting
location.
location. Yeah. What? So you've
Uh,
got random or Cranish or Fabenum.
Fabanum. Yes. So I would say Fabanum. That's where most people hang out right now, where we gather up to do a little scout adventure or create some group fights or whatever and running around in town in the world we have currently. So yeah, that. And then you have starting equipment as well, where you can start your
Oh.
starting gear
Oh
within one
wow!
minute.
I can go straight in with. Oh my
Yeah.
word! Look at
So we
that!
created these, yeah, we created these sets that is coming from the races with a specific style. So we have these base sets that you can choose from to start without. They also come
Awesome.
with a stock
Oh
weapon.
my god, that's so awesome. I want to be
Yeah,
nude,
they're really
but
nice.
I want this. I
Yeah,
can't spin him
and
round. Henry, I can't spin
no,
it
not
round.
here.
Oh,
Yeah,
mate.
we will implement that as well. There's a few functions we lack still.
Oh, I've got to be this. I've got to be this guy. It is. Oh, can I? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna be her. Even though I can't have a beard, I'm gonna be her. All right, click and create. I'm jumping in. Enter knave. Is it calling me a knave, or is it saying enter the knave?
Sorry?
Is it calling me a knave, saying enter knave, or enter the knave?
Enter knave.
Game crashed. Remember to send the report to us. How many people are sending you bug reports?
Oh, we get tons daily. So that's also why we don't want to flood our system, because we have a really nice system set up. So whenever you crash, you can just click this button to send the report, and that gets into a system that our coders or everyone is sitting with. So we get quite a lot, and it's a really nice system that rates them of how common they are and how many reported them and location and everything. So it's very efficient for us to work with that. But we have enough.
Chatting is telling me to go to 100 on the field of view. Okay, I shall do that for you. I clicked on recommended, and Chatter telling me off. So recommended was 85, but Chatter telling me to go all the way up on 100.
Yeah, that's a personal setting as well. I mean, you see more on the side, so it helps you in that way. And we may even increase it a little bit more. So, but yeah, it's something you get used to as well, how you
It is
see.
pretty. Oh,
Yeah.
let's see how good your wood is.
Assume someone will come and greet you pretty
Oh,
soon.
I'm being poked up the bum. The Thai guy. Oh, it's another lady in the similar armor. So how do I get my things out?
Right. So if you click on yeah, you got it.
So
That's your
I.
inventory on I. And
Oh,
then
there's
on
me.
P, exactly.
Right click it.
Then you can
Or
just right click it. Yeah,
if I.
and
Hang on. What's it?
yeah, you have a little button.
There you look. Now I can go round and round. Stick
Here you
this in
can.
the character creation, mate. You've already done it. It's there. Stick it in character creation. Oh wow! If I keep spinning, I get in and in. And if I go the other direction, it goes out and out. Is that? Oh no!
Right, depending on your mouse direction.
Oh, it's going up and down like that. I was getting overexcited. Oh my word! This is lovely.
It's getting there for sure.
This is what you've been tweeting.
Yeah, we'll show some of that.
Is that floating? It's floating on my back. Immersion destroyed. Uninstall.
That's a bad one. Yeah, those things are work in progress as well. We want to make sure that everything looks real and logic and how you attach your weapon. But yeah, it's tricky. We have so many rules and things that needs to work.
So how are you getting around the clipping? Like, are you restricting that people can only wear certain combinations of clothing, or have you got some magical?
Yeah. No, we have different depths, so we need to go through that every part works with everything, because when you walk around now, you can find different chests and boxes that have different armor parts. You can gather all the armors you saw in the character creation. You can mix match every piece, and they will work pretty well together. And that's one of the big challenge to get that to work as well and look nice, because yeah, there's always a degree of clipping in a game like this.
Somebody was
So
playing Red Dead Redemption 2 on a stream, and they were complaining that there was clipping in Red Dead Redemption 2. Red Dead Redemption 2, possibly one of the most expensive AAA games made, and people complaining about clipping. If Rockstar, having a problem, I can imagine that the rest of us haven't got a hope.
yeah.
Oh, push X. I was wondering why I couldn't get my weapon out. But chatter telling me push X, because even though there wasn't that much in the key binding, Henrik, I didn't actually read it.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got no
So
collide. I want to hit the. Oh, you go. Now I've got
you,
it.
you see me to the right. I'm in the Roman style armor. But yeah, eventually we're gonna be flooded, I guess, and jumped by random people.
Can I go third person view, or am I only stuck in?
No, you're stuck in first person. That's how we design the entire game. So that's one of the big differences as well compared to many other
Okay.
MMOs or most of them.
Ty, somebody give me a smack so I can work out how to block. Thai guy, go
Yeah.
on, give me a gentle smack with your big weapon.
So if he swings on from left direction, you need to block on right. So exactly.
Okay.
So right now you're using the mouse, right? How
Yeah.
to block. So
Oh.
yeah.
Oh.
Okay. So now he's not being nice right now. He's doing all these different moves to fool you to see. So Tiger, if you
Oh, I
hear
got one.
this, you should doing it easy so he can see how it works before.
This reminds me of playing. What game was it I was playing the other day? Oh, I blocked one. And it took me like half an hour in the game while I was streaming it to be able to do the combat.
Yeah.
I just spammed my
If
mouse.
you hold it, if you hold it to the left,
Oh,
you're gonna block it. You have a few seconds.
do I? If I keep it held down completely and just move around, am I perpetually
No.
blocking?
No, you have to. Yes, well, you're blocking, but to make a perfect parry, you need to do it the right direction, and you have to be holding it
Oh, I'm gonna
no more
die.
than 2 seconds before it hits you. So yeah, you see that icon. If you drag that to your hotbar, you see it on the right side. Yeah,
Oh.
exactly. Drag that to any of your hotbar to the right. Yes, and then you can close it, and then push that button.
Oh.
You see this little icon top
Can
left.
I
It shows that.
queue up things?
How do you mean when
So
you fight? Or
if I've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, if I push them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, will it queue those act skills to finish one after the other?
we haven't really implemented that, and it's not how our current system works. So you kind of have to choose. It all depends on what you have in your hotbar, because there's so many different things you can place there, from skills to using potions, bandages, or spells. So it, so it all depends on what you're pushing, what you're trying to activate.
Now, I love, I mean, the fact that this is Twitch-based multiplayer combat is going to the roots of everything that I love. Question is, how on earth are you doing this multiplayer with hundreds of people fighting hundreds of people with latency, lag issues? I was interviewing a developer who makes a kit and games for it's like Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter type games, and they was explaining how the logic works, where if you click a button, then it works out what your opponent's going to do, and if he changes it, then it changes the outcome. So that I forgot the term of it, but yeah, it's really funky and very clever. But I was asking, could it work with something like this? He was pretty much saying no, it wouldn't. You'd never get real Twitch-based multiplayer combat working flawlessly networked. How are you doing this? What is this witchcraft, Henrik? What are you doing?
I mean, it is true that it's almost impossible to make a Twitch-based combat worldwide server with hundreds of players, thousands of players. But what we have done during these 10 years is improving this system more and more. And we're actually down to have it working so well that players are comparing this with a non-MMORPG first-person combat game, for instance, Age of Chivalry, Mordhau, and so on. And the fact that they say, "Oh, it's almost like Mordhau, but this and that I don't like, or this and that are too slow," they're actually comparing it to that, and it is because it is so similar, and it is in the same kind of speed level, I would say, and working very similar. The problem is that this is happening over uh, the network solution, which means it is not replicated network data like Unreal Engine tournament fights, where the network is working kind of like you said in a fighting game. You can't have that kind of package sending the same way in an MMORPG because it would be impossible with thousands of players. Uh, but this is something we have been refining over the years. There's some things you have to sacrifice, but to reach this point. But I think we have found a really nice middle ground now where it kind of works. The distance and the sync is very good. I mean, there's scenarios if someone have wireless connection, huge drops and spikes in their internet connection, or if they live in um, Australia, that is pretty much the first distance from the server, then there will be experience differences when it comes to delay, and that's naturally just how it works. But we are very happy to be at this point where people, like I said, compare it with Mordhau and almost take it for granted to if you just tweak this and that and change the speed, you got it. And we still have quite a lot to do to improve it further, but I think the base is really good. And now we can implement more of the weapon groups, and there will be a few more commands to perform to add a little bit to the complexity, because now the veterans have pretty much been playing nonstop and get close to mastering what we have currently. And the thing is, what's difficult now is to get past a block. It is easier to block and parry something rather than try to get in a hit, just like you're trying here. It will be difficult for you to hit a experienced player
It's difficult for me
with
to hit a brick wall, mate. What are you talking about?
yeah. So and that's the thing. There's a few things you need to learn where it adds a few level of skill depth, and it's a counter swing, for instance. So if you hit him and he makes this spark when he have a perfect parry, he can do a quick
Oh,
counter
wow.
attack. Exactly. So those things is what you need to learn. So you can thrust, you can do left, right swings, and you can do an overhead swing. So you need to master all those directions to block, which isn't easy in the beginning, but eventually, and that's also what they're starting to do now. The veterans is trying to disguise their swing directions, so you get confused and do the wrong direction. So that's kind of how they progressed in the combat right now and become very good at it also. So that's where we are today, and we're gonna, like I said, add a few different weapon group types that will again change the combat style a little bit.
Oh, wow. Look
And
at the size of
then
his hammer.
yeah, there's quite a few weapons in already, and they all
What
have
percentage
different
wise?
speed and weight.
How many weapons are we talking about that are currently in the alpha compared to what's going to be in final?
So currently we have um, five axe handles, five axe heads, and five sword handles, sword heads, and we have maces, hammers group. So what we're getting next is shields and spears, and then we're getting pole arms.
Oh,
Uh,
nice.
so so the so the combination, then we're going to have so many different handles to choose from and different head types to choose from. So everything is crafted later on. So creating a weapon will create. I mean, there are millions of recipes of creating a weapon because of the different handle and head types, and then it's the material. You have to choose material in the handle and the head. So it becomes quite complex very quickly, depending on your skills and what you want to craft. So now we only have like half of the weapon types, I would say, and then there will be even more sword and head and sword handles as well. We start with five of each because we think that's even a nice amount. And
Well,
offer
I
some
can
nice
I can
variation.
do the healing thing while I've still got a weapon in my hand.
Yes, you can. So as long as you're still, you can do that. But right now we just implement it quickly because it helps the combat progress because you can heal. um, what it is a resting skill that puts you in a resting pose, sitting down on the ground, but not now. We just enable it with the icon, and you get the effect of healing because we needed healing to improve the testing of combat in a more efficient way. And later on, we will have bandages as well that you can use in combat. And then we will have the first magic school that also offers healing spells.
Oh, Magic School, Harry Potter style, lovely. Chat saying, go for alternate click drag. Put the click drag at 0% sensitivity. Make sure both block and attack direction is mouth movement. Okay. He's
Yeah.
talking Swedish to me. I don't understand. Okay. Put click drag to 0. Put both to mouse. Okay. What was it? Click, drag, directional input, experimental. Is that the one?
I'm not sure if they said to use the experimental. What did it say? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, save changes. Try that.
Okay.
See if that works for you.
All right.
It's so personally what you
Alrighty then. So...
like or not. So yeah, you can try.
Oh! Oh, look! Okay. Yeah, that's more like, there you
Nice.
go.
And you see, you
Kingdom
did a
Come
perfect block
Deliverance.
there. Yeah. So you see, now when you see that spark, you can quickly click the normal attack button and he will perform a quick counter attack.
All right, let's do this.
That's the center one. So you can perform the center block as well. Just
I'll try. Which one's the center one? Oh no, it wasn't.
Is it down and holding Alt? It depends on.
Oh, you need to press
that's the
Alt.
center. Yeah. That's.
Oh my god, so slow. Anyway, this brings back memories of many games that I've loved.
Yeah, I mean you're getting it slow but steady. I mean, first time
that was my attempt to counter. It took him 20 minutes to swing. This is just like real life. Hold Alt while blocking to block the stab. Okay. Oh, I was stuck. So I can see how this is heavily a guild and community game in that people would be training in their guild hall or locations.
I mean, this is what players been doing for years in Mortal 1. They have these training camps, training their new soldiers to how to be good fighters and help in wars. So yeah, this brings back some memories as well when people are training.
Okay, you can hold down block and still parry for about 1.5 seconds. Okay.
Yeah, so you don't release the block too early and he slips in a hit between them. It's just when you hold the block too long, it don't allow you to
swag his weapon and hit the person behind him.
Yeah,
that's why it's a dangerous spectator sport. This is a very dangerous spectator sport.
Yeah, that's part of the player skills. You know, you need to be able to be aware of how you swing your weapons. You don't hit your friends.
It's like going to watch a rally. Have you gone to watch a rally? And it's pretty much the same. You're too close to the edge.
Yeah.
All right. One question: have we got colliders properly on the players, or can I climb inside him?
You shouldn't be able to get through badly. I mean, there are some clipping depending on rotation and armor.
No, this is pretty good. This is impressive.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I'm impressed.
Pretty good.
You've passed the messy collider test.
Yeah, that's good to hear. But yeah, there will be clipping in different scenarios. It's unavoidable. Just like Witcher 3, there are always, because you need to work on the full range.
But Witcher 3, they didn't have hardly any budget whatsoever, did they?
Exactly.
Try swinging while you're clipping through him. Okay.
Yeah. Did you notice that?
I just tapped, give him a little bit of a tap. Oh,
Exactly. So, so your weapon is colliding, which means you can't pull back if he's blocking you. So that's one of the things also to get used to, that your surroundings and players can prevent your weapon from pulling back. Now there is one thing that we aren't finished with, and that is that it allows you to have the blade through him without charging back, which of course is a bit unrealistic, and it gives this situation when you can't pull back your weapon. So the goal is here to add an IQ so the weapon collides and can't get through him from this pose, from the starting pose. I mean,
it's like
so
where I am now.
yeah,
It's inside him.
The blade should be kind of like pushed to the side here, so you can't start inside him. So that would be make it more natural and understandable that okay, you can't pull back because you're inside him. That shouldn't happen, but
Oh man,
that's a working.
Eric, do you know what I'm getting here? I'm getting Indiana Jones vibes in the Temple of Doom, where he's
Uh,
pulling his heart out of his chest. You know what I'm talking about, don't you?
yeah, I know.
Anyone in chat remember the phrase that he sings, that he says when he's ripping the heart out of somebody?
It's a magical chant, isn't
Yeah,
it? I don't know.
Kalibab, something like that.
Yeah, something. Yeah, but you're getting the hang of it.
Getting the hang of it. You are far too kind. This.
No, but you see at least the function, what's possible when it comes to directional blocking, counter, perfect block, and those. Yeah. So that's the first depth you have to really learn to get used to and be able to read opponents. And then every weapon is a little different. So you need to get used to see is that a left swing, right swing he's performing, and or heads overhead swing and so on. So the more weapon groups and types, the more complex this will become. And then we're also looking at specific attack types. We're looking at a shield breaker or a block breaker move as well, because we notice it's when you get used to this, it's very difficult to just try to get through his parrying. So we're trying to add some of more another option to see if we can break that block if you're just standing and holding a block. So and that adds another depth to the whole system. And then you can also hit his axe. If you swing on axe tip, you should be able to do an equipment hit, which means you're actually you see you're hitting. He was preparing as well. But if he's just standing with the weapon out and you hit the head, you see that you're damaging his axe instead of him. Do you see that?
Oh, is his weapon taking damage now?
Yeah. So you're hitting his equipment, which is the sword.
I was hitting his equipment earlier, but
yeah.
not the one he's holding in his hand.
So, exactly. So you're not damaging, you're not hurting him, but you're actually hitting on his weapon, and that will tear durability as well. So everything is like what you see is what you would expect in that degree, which is
What
pretty
about the
cool.
armor? Is the armor getting damaged?
Yeah, same with armor. So you if you just bash on his left arm, for instance, it will eventually break down and fall off.
Will it actually break and fall off in visually as well?
Here in alpha, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it could break, but yeah, there is durability. But we put them on 10,000 because it will be a pain if since we're testing combat, we don't want them to be destroyed after a little quick session. So we increase the durability, but on test we have them on a normal durability, which means they can break down and fall off and down. And same with the weapons, they can also break. But now we have such a high durability on alpha currently because of we want to be able to do combat without interruption of getting new gears all the time.
Oh man, do we have mounts in alpha yet? Can I ride around in mount like a multi like I was gonna say like a multiplayer mount and blade like multiplayer mount and blade should have been. You have given me the feeling like I am in a multiplayer Mountain Blade that was supposed to be Mountain Blade 2.
Yeah, that's a good comparison. Many think it's close to that. We don't have mounts in alpha currently. They are under development as well. we have a very quick test on our local test servers, but we need to polish it quite a lot more to have it ready for alpha.
Can I jump
But the
and
plan is
fight?
you should be able to, but your jump isn't that superior. It also are affected by your armor and stance and skill.
And I've got no skill. Okay. Sorry, I interrupted you about the plans for the horses.
Yeah, so we are gonna start with the normal horses, but then we have two other types that was quite famous in the first game. One is the mulva, um, which is kind of like a rhino beast.
No
big
way! You
animal.
can ride a rhino.
Yeah,
Can you ride
and you can also
dewbacks?
put gear on armor. Sorry.
Are there dewbacks like from Star Wars?
We don't have something that is very similar. The thing is that we on Milan we only have horses, these rhino types, and we have another type that is called lycator, which is like a lizard mixed animal that is also very specific. And all these these three different mounts have different strength. Like the lycators can climb steep angles much better than horses, and mulvas obviously have their strength in size and raw power. So there's some different styles, but we're going to start out with the horses and make them right as good as possible, have them balanced, and make sure that this should seem like it's a living horse, but you should still be able to have enough control so the main complaint isn't it's too stupid, it doesn't work, the old debate we had.
I can hit watermelons. What's this?
Yeah, there's a little run course where you can slice watermelons, and you have a time track, so it times you when you start hitting the first and ends the timing when you hit the last one.
Where do we do that? Where's that? Where do we go over there?
Yeah, can anyone show him? Could take him.
Are these mega scan textures, or what is this?
Some of them. Here specifically, I don't think it's mega scan actually.
They're lovely.
Yeah, we have a pretty good level overall, I think, and that's a challenge to, keep everything on the same level. So, and since we're using mega scans as much as possible, that's a very high level of quality.
Chat is saying that apparently you've got giant cockroaches to ride. Is this? Am I being mocked, or is this a thing?
No, we don't have that yet. We have camels as well, actually.
Hang on.
Yeah, the thing is,
so are there giant cockroaches in the game?
There is but not in this one. In the old game, there is another continent, the desert continent. There were cockroaches and many bugs and insects, and there were also camels there as a mount, actually. So every continent will have a unique set of mount as well. So yeah, this is the course. You have to slice and thrust them as fast as you can. So the first one starts there.
I can't even hit it. I just punched it.
You did a handle hit. So yeah, that's good. That's good.
Oh, come on.
That's it.
Oh.
And then that one you better stab, because it's, yeah, okay, you managed to do it. And that one overhead.
Oh, come on.
That's it. Yep. Those one are usually easier to thrust.
Come on, poke it. There you go.
Alt, yeah. Oh, we have 3 left. That one.
Oh, man.
And the last one. Let's see your time.
Oh no, missed it.
Okay,
2 hours
39
and 39 seconds.
Yeah, so 39 seconds.
So that's probably the worst anyone's ever done it, isn't it?
I think it's in the bottom for sure, but I don't think it's worse. There are far more worse, actually. So that's one way to work on your aim. Yeah,
Oh, I'm not
that's
too bad. Look, I'm 213th.
yeah, not too bad.
It's if have you seen Top Gear? A celebrity in a reasonably priced car.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, yeah.
that's like where I am. I'm right down the bottom. Um,
Yeah, but I mean, the first time it wasn't too bad.
well,
I
Henrik,
mean, the,
that's not the first time I've had somebody say that to me. Um, but it's not even the first time that somebody said it to me, and it's involved watermelon. I have to say.
uh, no, but I mean, most of the guys that have been playing here for a while, they've been crunching that court for hours or even days to try to get on the number one list. I think I was at best. I mean, I was in the lead for a few days, and then I dropped it down to 11th place, and now I think I'm 27th place or something. So yeah, there are some good guys that knows how to hit them perfectly.
Oh well, this interview has already worked to try and convert one person. Golan, one of the mods in the chat, has gone to the website to try and buy an alpha key so we can get in to play it, and he said sold out standard package. So you're
Yeah, that's
already
true.
sold out.
Yeah, I, yeah, maybe forgot to answer that question. They asked when we were adding more keys. So, like I was explaining, that why we're not rushing this is because we don't want too many players in, and we don't want the general masses that don't know what to expect to join a game and don't think it's more than a combat game. So, so that's why we are just taking our time to hand those out. So, what we're planning is that we have a patch soon, and we usually hand out a batch of new keys. So we add quite a few new keys, and when they're sold out, we have to wait a little bit again. So, so yeah, it's been a pretty much a rush every time when we announce that we have more keys to offer right now. It's been almost running out after an hour, which is
Wow.
pretty quick. Yeah.
Do
So
but do the Discord get prior notice? Are you like at on Friday at 9 o'clock
no,
they will go on sale
no,
and everyone's sitting there waiting?
no. We just do a Facebook and Twitter and Discord update. Now there are more keys added, and it's up for everyone to grab them. So the Comflux package, they're still available, but those are the expensive ones. So if they're not interested in the first game, then that's quite a pricey package uh, for that amount. Um, so that's why many are waiting for the normal package range. And then eventually we're going to release the special loot bags packages as well. That's going to offer something pretty cool and unique, handcrafted stuff in those bags. We actually created what was like 10, no, thousand something handmade loot bags that resembled the first game. So we created them physically
Wow.
and created a steel box, DVD box for the game. And we created some miniatures from the teaser and a little book and add that in those loot bags. And those sold out very quickly. It was pretty cool because everything was handmade and really custom stuff. And I actually, when we moved to our new office, I found a box in the basement with a few of those loot bags left. So I said, I'm going to make something really cool, again, very custom and very Mortal-like, and sell those loot bags, and that will be the only one ever sold. And people are already asking for them and looking forward to those. And you can read those packages on that website you were showing the different packages we offer.
I've just committed suicide.
Yeah, you died. You went into mercy mode, which means you're limbering, and they can either finishing you off or like you did.
It said, "Do you want to give up?" I went, "Yes, I'll give up." And they went, "You've committed suicide." I go, "I didn't mean give up on life. I meant give up on the fight."
Yeah, that's the option right now. So now you have to find a priest. So if you look in your near surroundings, you see these red beams up in the sky. There should be one. Yeah, that one. If you go to run towards that one,
Go
Um,
towards the light. Oh my
yeah,
word.
the
Um,
left one is the closest one. If you look to the left, right there at the stable entrance to the left, that's one is the closest one. Exactly. So if you talk to him, he's gonna resurrect you.
um, this game is doing so many things that other games have tried to do, has and didn't pull it off. It's
Mhm.
um, I've seen like when you die, you have to go to like the afterlife and find a
Yeah.
way to resurrect yourself. Um, this is awesome. This is you're pulling off what many others have tried and failed. What about a special sign? Teko says sign up list for veteran players who have been around for a long time who would contribute to your testing, who have
Yeah.
subscribed to MO1 for years, for example.
Yeah. I mean, we started with a testing group first of all, and then we, uh, I mean, most of the players you see here is long-term players from the first game. They know what they're doing and know what to expect. So clearly, they wanted to pre-buy the game already and got the whole package in this. So mostly of the players right now is veterans in the game. There are coming more and more new players jumping in from nowhere if they're lucky to get some of those packages, which is pretty much getting into the game pretty good already. And I think it's also a lot thanks to games like Mordhau, Chivalry, Mounted Blade, because there are similarities which they recognize and can adapt to, especially depending on what combat um, option type they choose. So far, the combat is we got very good feedback on the combat. The base works really well already. I mean, we have a few really major issues in the old game, just like you said, how do we do this? The holy grail, real-time combat in a large scale, and that's been a struggle. And the step from the first game to this is huge, and our players is really noticing that because they're used to the old game. Now we just have to, perfect it, tweak it, and add the rest of the actions and weapon groups that will really add to the depth of the combat.
How much has
Uh,
did the old game change over time? Because we were saying like 15 years that you've been working on the old game.
yeah.
So from when it started to where it is now. Yes, take me to the water. Take me to your water. Um, how much is it? How much like drastically the code base has differed for you to perfect it to where it is now?
I mean, there's, oof, there's millions of rows of codes being rewritten at a few stages during the first game. We learn so much, and we learn by mistakes as well and experience. So a few areas have worked very well from start in the in the old game. Uh, some of our crafting systems have been very powerful and complex, and players loved Motoline for its complexity when it comes to crafting things. There are millions of combinations to craft weapons and armor and making food and potions. And I remember when we released Alchemy for the players, we just said, Alchemy is now in the game. And that's it. And, players were rushing to, what is it? How does it work? And trying some things out. And there were actually a few players that said, no, it's broken, it's bugged. And that led many players, the majority of players, not to touch it anymore and just waiting for it to be fixed. And like what, a year later, someone said, hey man, I managed to do this potion and these things. And everyone said, wow, so they fixed it. And we responded, no, we never touched it. It's always been like that. It's up to the players to discover and don't judge it too early or listen on bad rumors. And that happened a few times over the years when you have complex system that players, can um, figure out and experiment with for months. And we also noticed the first years there was almost a new weapon that was the flavor of the month. So a crafter created a new weapon that was superior to the other one, and a new weapon arrived, and a new weapon arrived, a new resource material, and so on. So everything is player driven, and that's the beauty of the game. We just have much more knowledge and experience now how to make it more balanced and have a good baseline for the player to enjoy it. And what didn't work, we had to rewrite a few times over the years. There's only a few areas that we really rewrite from the scratch in the second game. The movement system we have improved greatly from the old game. There was this old thing in the old game that veterans got used to, but the new player said, "What the hell is this?" Where player was sliding back and forth, and everyone was moving as one package, and everyone was out of sync a little bit, and there's many issues. But all the veterans kind of got used to how to work with that, how to fight, and so on. So this time we improved that system so much, and we optimized the packages so much, so now it feels really solid and the movement is much more accurate. So fighting is overall just much more enjoyable. So we're a really good position there.
Wow,
And
I
then
can't wait to see what you're going to do when Unreal 5 comes out and how you're going to port over and the advantages you're going to take on that.
yeah, there's a few interesting things. I mean, one of the big issue we have is Unreal Engine can't handle this large scale of world we're building. So we have issues there, and the performance isn't where we want it to be. It's decent, but it's not where we want it to be. So, and the thing is, we get a fix for that kind of like in there's one patch before Unreal Engine 5 is released where that area is being focused on, and 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 that's why we also kind of want to move over to number 5 as soon as possible because there are some areas that we really want now, but we can't have them. So the option is: do we build that ourselves, or do we focus on other areas and then wait for Unreal Epic to release that part? So, but yeah,
Well, exactly. You don't want to waste investment somewhere that's going to be redundant, and you're
yeah,
just throwing your money away. Because
right,
your developer's time is money at the end of the day, and just focus on the things which are bespoke to you that only you can do, and that you're not going to be getting for free from when Unreal 5
yeah,
comes out. I mean,
yeah,
this is beautiful. One of the things that I'm primarily a Unity developer and teacher
mm,
and streamer, and
yeah,
everyone complains in Unity about large natural worlds with grass and foliage and trees and the view distance and how much you can render for performance. Now I've got the FPS thing up, and we're constant around 59, 60 FPS on this. Sometimes we're dropping down to the 40s for a fraction of a millisecond, but and
yeah,
I took a hit when I first came up to the water with the lighting, and it froze up for a touch. And don't forget, I've got OBS running in the background again
yeah,
because OBS is using up a lot of my CPU. But
mm,
Unity can do massive worlds streaming, so many third-party assets that were developed for handling streaming massive worlds. But what it can't do is lots of nature. Now,
mm,
Unreal can handle nature amazingly, and lighting in Unreal is spectacular. But what it can't handle is massive worlds.
yeah,
There was one engine that seemed to manage both, and that's CryEngine. Did you
mm,
guys at any stage think maybe have a look at Cry
yeah. We
or
did actually.
Lumberyard or whatever Forks?
We did get CryEngine and took a look at that. And yeah, there's pros and cons with all these engines, and and but the thing is, we have most knowledge and knew how we could do what we needed to do in Unreal Engine, especially Engine 4. There's so many things that we struggle with in Unreal Engine 3 that we now can handle in this new engine. And I mean, the world we have already is huge. And yes, you notice there are streaming levels. That's when you kind of go down to 1 FPS in just a millisecond, those crunches. And that is one of the weakness in Unreal Engine 4 when we have this amount of variation, all this data and levels and assets that needs to be loaded and unloaded. Yeah, I found a good tree. So uh, and there are ways to improve these areas, and we're going to do a pass on that, so it will improve from here. But there is some in the core itself. There's issues in handling all this. It's not built in a really good, efficient way because Epic Games didn't focus on large world, but it had become more important, obviously, also for them. That's what they presented in Unreal Engine 5. So they are rebuilding that core, how we also would have to be forced to rebuild it. So, and since they're coming out with that patch earlier than expected, then yeah, it would be wise to see if we can make use of that instead of trying to build our own.
uh, there's one thing that you don't want to do is build your own engine, and the fact that nowadays you've got Epic, you've got Unity, you've even got Amazon with Lumbia taking a lot of the stress out of it, which is fantastic. But like you mentioned earlier, it's not a magic wand. It's not, you don't go, oh, I've got myself an Unreal Engine or Unity, and I go to the asset store marketplace, and now I can make a game. There's a lot that you guys, as you alluded to many times on the stream tonight, have been working, doing your own code, your own changes that make basically Mortal Online an engine in its own right. If you looked at it that way, you mentioned
Yeah.
earlier that you wouldn't sell it, you wouldn't make an MMO engine and sell it on the Unreal Marketplace, or sell something that would be detrimental to you, because you're making competition, aren't you? At the end of the day,
Yeah, and I mean, what you're saying now is something that is really nice to hear from me in the development team because, like you said, you have a good insight in what this is and how it works and what it means. And it feels really great to hear that from you as well because many may think that you just buy the assets, you just get the engine for free, and you need to be smart. Don't be dumb and make these bad decisions. That's a very common feedback. And and it's important to understand that, that's not how it works. We are not a small hobby team that want to mod things, modify the engine and and buy assets. That wouldn't have created this. What we're looking at, this is 15 years of development. Now we only have the combat, so we don't see all the variation. But if you look at Model 1, all those features, those crafting system, and the depth of that, that's what we're putting now into Unreal for Mortline 2. And that's all coding from scratch, C++. It's nothing in the engine. It's no Unreal scripts or anything like that. And mostly it's not blueprints either. So it's nothing you just can buy and put in the game and just have to have the right decisions. So everything when it comes to all these core function is coded, and majority is C++ coded.
is the
And then there's
blueprints
some,
helping you at all? Are you that, that
I
do
mean,
you see it as an advantage or a tool, or does it just get in the way?
no, I mean, there are areas where blueprints is very effective and good, and we use it in many areas, but only where it makes sense and logic and doesn't require more speed or control. So, for instance, every function and feature in the game most likely is C++ code where we have full control and it's very quick because, yeah, the, you know, it needs to be quick in this kind of game. So in blueprints, we use for some things like, for instance, there's a day and night system, parts of that, and how we handle light and stuff like that. Some of those things we can use in blueprints. That works very well. But the majority of the game functions, we need to code the game as well. So it's nothing you can just buy and put together and hope it will be a massive
So
world scale.
blueprints are actually going to be detrimental to the performance compared to if you're just writing the raw C++.
Yeah, if we want to have full control and we want it to be responsibly quick, we need to code it from scratch pretty much. There's only specific areas where a blueprint is very efficient and works well for us. And where it does save time and it's a very powerful way for even our artists to create something just using a blueprint. So it's a good thing for sure, and we use it quite a lot. But yeah, it's two different things.
That's great to hear because a lot of people are saying, no, you can go to Unreal and you can make an entire game without writing any code. Just use the blueprint. You never have to learn to do C++ at all.
You
Um,
can, yeah.
but to realize that actually you can, but it takes you get a performance hit. So it depends on the type of game you're doing.
Yeah, I would say it depends on what what kind of thing you're trying to create. But it is true. I mean, an artist, creative artist, just learning how to create blueprints and work with them could probably make a really nice game just using the engine. That's true. It's a very powerful tool. There's no doubt. And especially since an artist without coding experience can become, you know, creating functions like a coder would. So it's a powerful tool for sure. But again, since we have so many specific game function areas in this game, we can't rely on just trying to create blueprints for everything. It wouldn't work.
I suppose that's how you're also able to migrate a lot of your code because it's raw C++ that you've written. Uh, if the blueprint system changed or there's any differences between 3 and 4, that would
Mm.
probably impact you. You wouldn't be able to do it, but because it's it's native C++ code, you're able to just port it over and use
Yeah,
it in the new engine. I've got a question:
yeah,
how much have you been able to save from the first game to the
yeah.
second?
Exactly. The thing is that the first years when we started production Mothman 1, we used Unreal scripting quite a lot because it was so quick and efficient to create something. The downside was it, it's not fast compared to C++. So we produced so much stuff very quickly and efficient by creating function using Unreal scripts, and we were good at that. The downside was that more and more stuff became Unreal scripts. In some areas, we said, okay, now we need to rebuild it, some part of that into C++ because it's too slow. It doesn't work for this function. And over the years, especially when we took the step to Unreal Engine 4, all Unreal scripts is scrapped in Unreal 4, which means none of that can be used. So all
Oh
of that
wow!
had to be rewritten. Luckily, over the years, we went over more and more to C++. So it's only some old things that we would want to rewrite anyway because it's such old stuff. So, but yeah, lately there was a lot of C++ that we could convert pretty efficient, but also where Unreal script could give us a speed buff in Unreal 4 is because we have the system. This is how it works. The coder can easily read that and know, okay, now we're just going to convert this into C++. It's going to work in the new engine, and it just crunch through it, and it's pretty much done. So uh, that's also what happened with the combat system. Uh, we had the core from the old game. This is the system. This is how it works. Now we just need to rewrite it in the new engine, make sure the performance is optimal. So we have quite a lot. I mean, like I said, we would have to add a few years if we would have to start over from scratch on everything.
That's
So
a great head start to get.
yeah,
Again, lots of people are going, well, how do I make an MMO? Get a time machine is it's a good thing to have if you want to make an MMO. Also,
yeah,
have about 500 people, or spend many years doing it slowly, steady, like the tortoise against the hare. So you could say that Star Vault are the tortoise in this story. It took you a bit of time and two uh, major attempts to get there, but you're making the the game that you set out to do all those years ago. And now technology in not only the engine but people's home computers have come to the point where they can actually power the game,
yeah,
your vision that you want to give to people.
yeah. It's true. It's yeah. To if someone asks how to make an MMO, yeah, I fully agree to what you said. It is pretty much the most difficult game you can start creating. That's for sure. So yeah, you will need a lot of time and experience and resources, no doubt, and a lot of patience.
You need someone like you who can go out there and find funding in 1.5 years, uh, and being able to bring people from other cities to move down to work with. I can't like the question: how do you find funding? You just went out there, kept on asking people, and then you managed to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't easy. Like I said, I met so many investors in the whole country, and the majority thought this sounded awesome, but no one invests in something they don't understand. That's pretty common sense. So, and back then, like I said, it was pretty new when it comes to game development.
You
Um,
didn't have like Kickstarter. People probably think that things like social funding like Kickstarters have been around for many years, but they haven't. But now you've got Kickstarter. Are you
yeah.
taking advantage of it, or are you just leaving it alone?
We have actually discussed it a few times back and forth if that would be suitable and if it would work. The thing is, Kickstarter was made for someone like us when we started, and it's a really nice way to try to get somewhere. But the thing is, what happened is that many of these major famous game developers started using it, made an awesome video explaining what they would do, and they got millions. And so many, like, independent that have a really cool concept, they want to try something. They they fail to fill the Kickstarter, so they don't get the chance. So what happened is that the professional raised the bar so much that
Yeah.
it became very difficult to.
Well, it's quick. You've got people like Peter Molyneux using Kickstarter.
Exactly, that's
It's
what I mean, and
it's ridiculous. How
I
can you
agree.
compete? It's you've got the guy who was the he was the Kickstarter itself for the Xbox console for the you know and like he's the father of the God games. If anyone,
Yeah,
if any kids in chat who don't know who Peter Molyneux is, go find an old copy of Populous, uh,
yeah,
or Powermonger, black and white. And when the Xbox came out, they had this faked game called Milo. Do you remember that one, Henrik? Where it was
sure.
this AI character where you could interact using Kinect, but it turned out
Mhm.
to be pre-recorded and it was all faked. And
Uh,
the person who was doing the presentation was just reading off a script because the
yeah, I
AI
recall
character
that.
was going to respond to that second to that answer,
Yeah,
kind of thing. That's Peter Molyneux. It's one of the biggest names in gaming. So exactly
yeah,
like you said, how can anyone compete?
exactly. So they raised the bar so much that it's very difficult, and you really have to spend a lot of effort and time into making a proper production to showcase your Kickstarter. So it's not that easy
But you've
today.
got a game that you can show a video of people playing this
Yeah,
alpha.
yeah, it's true. We do have more than most. We have a track record. We
Yeah,
had some playing for 10 years. So, but but yeah, we have discussed it internally a few times. We have some ideas, but yeah, we haven't been sure because yeah, it's difficult. I mean, you need to hit the target as well, or it just becomes a mess as well. So
and
we
also
always
like
like
what would you do with that money? So like, are you doing the Kickstarter just to get money in, which you wouldn't need, or are you doing a Kickstarter specifically to add more content? Because
yeah,
people will be like, well, I'm not going to fund a Kickstarter for a game that is already out there because it's just going towards people paying people's wages. But if your Kickstarter is to say we need funding to add these core features, or you could even have like you need a Kickstarter to do the Unreal 5 port. I could honestly see a lot, even your existing um, base of players getting behind that. especially a community that is looking to support the developers of a game they love playing. If you not just monetary support, like verbal, social marketing to get the word out. I think you could do it, mate. Honestly, if you wanted to go
Yeah,
down that route, it's there for you.
yeah, it's true. I mean, there's always challenges. Even now, even though we have all this experience, there's always something we run into. That's always going to happen. That's also part of the experience. We just have to be as prepared as possible. So that does, of course, affect our plans. We always have to adapt our plans and be sure to handle everything as good as possible. And that's also we have a plan where we don't want to promise or reveal too much because we know that this is the minimum, the core we need, and then we don't know how much more we're going to be able to deliver at persistent release because we need to hit the target around that time era, or we need to look over the situation if something goes really bad and critical that requires more time from us. Also, we need to look over the situation to see if those mistakes happen. What can we do to create that? Because what we learn is that this time we will never just release and say, okay, we didn't finish the core as we wanted or needed to, but we're still releasing. We won't do that because it will damage the first experience too much. So we need to make it happen and we need to make sure that it works. And there is areas where both players and many from the community said that, okay, we want this, but we understand that you may not have it on highest priority. But if you would do like a Kickstarter to promote it, that if that smaller part gets filled, we can actually add those resources to add that function or feature in the game. And that's one of the things that we have looked into, that maybe that be possible, that okay, if the players want it and they uh, kickstart for it, then yeah, we can add those resources to development.
That's it's so fascinating to hear you talk about this level of of depth into like the funding model that you've been looking at, and even the internal discussions, because a lot of people think once you've made a game and you've made an alpha, you've pretty much made the game. You don't need money anymore, um, and they just dismiss it. To know that actually you've got lots of things. You've got additional development, new features, models, artwork. You've got marketing costs for maybe doing the launch that you need to get funding for, and then you're making an MMO. You've got continual server costs and maintenance that you're needing to pay, and bandwidth.
Mm.
It's fascinating to hear, because a lot of people they just don't discuss it. Talking about money is a dirty thing, isn't it?
Mm. Yeah, and I mean many request that please don't make it a subscription based because not that many does it anymore. I mean, we create a unique game that rely on on this development, this hardware, these services, and that costs money. So if we want to sacrifice the gaming experience with in-game stuff and all that, like many is doing today in free games, but that severely impact the gaming experience, and we don't want to sacrifice the gaming experience because we believe that this time Modline would be truly unique and it can become, there's no limit on how big it can become if we get this core right. That's why we don't want to pollute the experience by adding restrictions. Pay this, pay that to get this and that. You want to look cool, pay this. We don't want to go that road at all. So that's why it's very simple. It's one subscription fee and you get access to everything. And it's up to the players to reach the limit, within the game instead.
It's very important to stick to your beliefs. You've got a vision, be true to yourselves, and keep your vision your intact by following, be to your beliefs, your moral compass. Let that guide you. We've got somebody in chat saying they found what could be a game-breaking combat bug. Would you please go to the stables?
Oh my.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh, this is live right now on stream.
Oh my God. Yes.
Where are the stables, Henry? Let's
Let's
go.
see.
Let's go.
Furry is leading, I think. Okay. He says deal me. Okay, let's see.
All right.
I guess you wanna show me something.
Where are these the stables? Are we at the stables now?
Oh no.
Okay. No, he's just
Okay.
okay.
Yeah, he found something pretty severe. I can't react at all. So yeah, he found something.
How? So he's oh, so you don't need to physically be at the stables to do it. So can so how do you do it? Can I have a go? What is this?
Uh,
Furry, do I just attack you? What is this game baking bug?
yeah, I think he found a way or a state where you can't really see what's going on or react. So quite severe bug for sure.
I think
Maybe
he's just
writing. I think he's writing to me.
he is, and I'm
Maybe.
taking advantage and just poking at him. Although I'm not doing
Yeah.
any damage whatsoever to him. Poke.
Yeah.
Poke him in the nuts.
You see, you have an axe, and it isn't very effective to poke with an axe, right? So it depends on how you use your weapon. If it's have a pointy tip, then thrust would be effective. But
could I
since that,
could I have an axe with a pointy tip on the end, like some axes
uh,
do, and then I
yeah,
can poke him with it?
there's an halberd like axe type where
Yeah.
it is pointy as well. So there are different weapons to give you that option.
I'm gonna keep on poking him until here we go. So what do you this game breaking mechanic? This is a real thing. We found it live on stream thanks to Horny Furry. I love the name, by the way. He's not going to be that horny anymore because just taking it in the privates continually for the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, you found a way to make it super fast, so you don't really see the swings. So
So
yeah,
it was actually attacking you, but you couldn't see it.
yeah, he just like, barely saw he was going to strike me, and the damage came. And he so found a way. He's trying to explain to me where he utilize another weapon or something and get the speed from that. I guess.
Oh, that is awesome.
Yeah.
You spam right click on the weapon you want to make faster. Let's go in the chat here. So Jordan, real quick. Yes. Okay. Look how fast I swing.
Should have taken that privately. Now every test are gonna swing like that, I guess, until we patch.
Well, it will force you to patch it really, really quick. Although,
Yeah,
if people know it's a bug, then obviously you'd avoid it when you're playing in the alpha because you're in it to find bugs. And if you're always taking advantage of the same exploit, then you're not really in the alpha for the purpose of being in the alpha.
I mean, the ones that is serious and want to have proper deals and measurements and tests, and obviously you don't abuse that. And then there are all those players that want to abuse as much as possible to get advantages. But we are in an alpha, and we have control over our testing group. We can pretty much see everything going on. And I mean, it is alpha, so it's not critical if someone is killing someone in an unfair way. I mean, now is the time to go through all that instead of when we go live.
Oh, I've got skills. Secondary skills.
Yeah, on L, you see your action skill tree window, and then you have your crafting skills tree window, and then soon you will have a veteran point tree that is also new in Modline 2. We also have, if you click on P, your character window, you have something called clay gifts to write. That is completely new for Modline 2, and that is part of our more complex depth character progression system where you can refine your character even further. No, these skills are not final yet, but it shows some of the example on where we wanted to test the functions behind it. So every clade is going to have a different set of skill trees to choose from to further specialize your character on top of your skills. And then you have a veteran point system on top of that. So there's some cool ways where you can further refine your character that wasn't available in the first game.
This is amazing. I mean, all the things I've been wanting to do for years, you're basically putting in front of me. Can I farm? Can I make myself a little house in a field somewhere and have a farm and grow some potatoes, carrots, and stuff?
Of course.
Okay, me and the wife are going to need to play this game and just have a nice little farm in game so we can get away from the kids.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I mean, when I've said so many times that Mortal 9 is not only a PvP game, even though many PvP players, they love Mortal 9 because it was one of the most interesting PvP MMO, MMORPG game on the market. So it got famous for being a good PvP game, full loot and crafting system, a lot of depth in crafting systems. But we can't forget that it is still a MMORPG game, which means there should be something for everyone. If you're not interested in fighting, there should be a huge area and world to explore when it comes to crafting, discovering things, adventures, lores, hidden things, or like you said, build a house, a farm, grow different things, and create ingredients out of them and make a business. That's deeply rooted and part of the core game functions. So don't be fooled by just having focus on the combat at this phase. There will be so much more other than combat as well.
This is um, this is what people who used to play Life is Feudal were hoping Life of Feudal was going to be. When I look at it, right? Because it's brilliant. But are you going to have VoIP, like proper in-game voice talking?
Yeah, we have that in the first game, and it's working pretty well actually.
Oh, so it's going to
So
be in this one as well.
yeah, it is already built, so we just need to kind of move the servers, but we haven't focused on it yet. So we have a system for that already finished, and yeah, it's working very well. So we're looking to move that over. We see a really interesting gaming aspect when it comes to that as well. Obviously, players can kind of abuse that as well in a not as nice way. I mean, sometime in the capital city, we heard someone playing music for people, but someone have been doing it in a pretty cool way, where they actually sat down and had a guitar in his hands and playing some nice songs, and it looks and hears like it's him doing it in game as well. So it's pretty cool experience,
Oh
and
yeah, that's
people can,
you get that in game, like emotes and animations of people being able to play musical instruments. You've got all of the music streamers playing it. Because like at the moment, you were saying earlier about watching streamers playing games, like watching them play
yeah.
Red Dead Redemption 2 or
Mm,
GTA. They are the music streamers are in those games as their characters, playing instruments, playing music. So for
yeah.
other players to role play and listen to them and enjoy themselves. Can I sit
Yeah.
down in a chair or lay down in a bed?
Yeah, not right now, but you will be able to sit and lay down. Yes, I mean, inns will actually have a more important role this time compared to the first game, because in all game we have this issue where people insta logged out or abuse the logout function in a negative way. They would, for instance, log out in at enemy grounds, inside enemy houses, and so on by just insta log, and that gave very unfair and odd situation which we didn't plan to have. So what we're doing now is that we are adding a more enforced rule on, or a mechanic on, how you would log out. So for instance, if you just run around and you pull your plug, your character will remain in the game world standing there unprotected. So obviously you can't just flee from enemies by pulling your plug that way anymore. So what you would like to, what you aim for here is that you go to the inn, kind of like in Ultima Line. If you log out in an inn or your own player houses, your character logs out safely and instantly. And if you're out in the wilderness, you may want to have a little camp you have to put up and secure it before you can log out so you can continue your journey in the next session. So there will be a more function added to this to make sure that you can't really abuse those functions. That's therefore a bed and an inn would have a more important reason.
Um, that I was listening to that. That's awesome. I was that laying down in a bed and the inn. That is what I want in a game. It's fantastic. As you were saying that to me, somebody came running down the street, Benny Hill style. All they needed was the music playing, poked me with a sword, and then ran off again. It kind of it kind of felt like the greased up naked guy from Family Guy. It, it was a moment of comedy gold. And here it comes again.
Yeah.
It was bizarre, truly bizarre. It was one of the strangest things that I've seen. Uh, anyway, I'm going to say now something that somebody said in chat at the beginning of the stream. I love you. And you're an incredibly sexy guy. It's what you're making, your vision, what you're doing. It is unbelievable. So also in chat, they said it is a Disney-esque story of having to have many failures and hardships along the way to have a fantastic success at the end and never giving up. Congratulations on what is obviously a joy to play, and it is a joy for all these and many players. We've got people in chat. Your Discord is full, and also the forums and the reviews. Even with all the problems you have had at the start and over the years, you've kept people glued. So congratulations, mate.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, that's what's made us keep on going. I mean, there's been so many uphills, like I said, that you, you could write a book or even make a movie out of all these crazy things that happen over the years. It's been really a crazy experience, good and bad, everything in it. So, and it wouldn't be possible without players that understand this vision and see the strength and joy in it and actually supporting us and actually reaching out and telling us that keep on doing what you're doing and we will enjoy the game. That's so important for us to hear that because I mean that's why we're doing it. It gives us so much energy back when we see that okay now people think it's awesome, they're having a really good time. That gives so much more energy back to us and motivates us to do even better.
Um, I'm I can't wait to see this coming out. I know you're not giving any dates out, and obviously the lessons that you've learned are just that keep manage people's expectations. Don't be forced to commit to deadlines and dates that you're not comfortable with yourself. So I'm not, going to ask when. I'm just going to be waiting patiently for when it comes out. And also, I would actually ask one question: how on earth are people standing up there? I,
Yeah,
I can't even get on
if
this box.
if you put down your X, press X, you will have much better control now. Exactly.
Oh,
So
okay, somebody keeps poking me up the bum.
someone puts it. Yeah. So there's quite a lot of sneaky areas where you can jump around and reach to different points. So that's been one of the play sessions we had where people try to reach impossible areas and using the environment as a battlefield as well. And it's been very effective in some situations. And we never planned, these specific jumps, but it happens by coincidence. And I think it's beautiful because it adds so much as well to the game when players find these new types of strategies to use. Now,
And
there is one thing. Mhm.
sorry, go on.
No, I was just saying that there's one thing that we may gonna tweak a little bit is that it feels a little bit like you're on the moon when you jump. It's a little low gravitation, so it's not really exactly where we want it. So that will change it a little bit. But yeah,
I'm loving. I've got there's one thing that I have a bit of a reputation for, and that
mhm,
is I absolutely despise and I am non-forgiving of people who don't use colliders properly. So if I went up here to jump on this and there wasn't a
yeah,
collider, I would
yeah,
have. Part of my soul would die. Um, the
mhm,
fact that you've got colliders on these that allow
yeah,
people to be able to use them and jump on them, which is what I do. Like when I'm reviewing like an art asset, I'd even be climbing on it, going, "Have you got colliders on the shack on the roofs?
yeah,
Have you got colliders on your shingles?" The fact
yeah,
that you've got them, it makes me smile so much. Question: I don't like. Are these aren't going to be like mesh collider? I don't know how Unreal works in regards to its colliders, but in Unity you would have like load of primitive colliders rather than a complex mesh collider on here. How does it work in regards to Unreal and the performance of having colliders and all these things?
yeah. Obviously, if we use too complex collision data on all our assets, that will have some kind of hit in performance, and it also affects AI and and creatures in the world. So we always have to be careful to have it as simple as possible, but still, like you can see here, if there's a uh, big thing standing out and it should be logical to stand on it, then we need a collision there. So it's a balance and it depends on what kind of meshes we have in the game. But yeah, so far we have quite a high detail on all the collision. So it's almost per poly, So if
Wow.
you see a little thing poking out, there's most likely some collision that you can actually walk on, and that gave this interesting gameplay scenario where players can climb things and reach roofs in locations where you need to figure out how to reach them at some time, and then when you reach one, you can reach another location and so on. So it's pretty cool to explore that field as well.
That's awesome. Are you going to add some kind of like balance mechanic? So when I'm standing on this, it knows that the surface area of this collider is very small, and as such, I should be having uh, like a balance modifier on my movement, and I could fall down or whatever.
You mean like a bubble state or something like
Yeah.
that? Yeah. Uh, there is one area that we'll look into if it's all again how much resources we have in time. We have a pretty straight list on this is the core. We need to figure this out first of all and get it in game. And then we have so many, you know, features and things on the bonus list. For instance, we also wanted to allow climbing.
Oh
If you
wow! I'm
can
going to
climb
ask you about that.
using
Fantastic.
hands, yeah. So that puts us in the situation where we have to decide: do we pinpoint all the specific? So kind of like repaint out here. You can grab this list or little wooden thing, and then you use your hands and feet on that, and then it's tied to skills, stamina, weight, and all that. That would be one way of doing it. Or it's just more dynamic, which means as long as it have the requirements met, you can slowly climb this, but it would drain your stamina and all that. Using rules to make it logical to climb this or not. So there's a few ways of doing it, and it is something we want to do. But at the same time, we need to be super careful because it affects balance instantly. And when it comes to sieging PvP, if you just can climb your enemy fortress or walls, then that wall will be useless if not proper balanced or proper mechanics. So we always need to be super careful when it comes to this because players are masters at finding these different ways of climbing and reaching things that they're really good at that. And especially when you build a huge world like this, so complex, we can't possibly test every area ourselves. It's the players that find all this. So we need to be careful how the mechanics work there. But we have nice plans for that in the future as well.
I'm so excited. I can't wait. Yeah, you don't trust anyone. Human beings will exploit and find a way to take
Yeah.
advantage of every little thing they can to get one over on the environment and other people around them. I've got a couple of questions. I was gonna draw a line, but you got me so excited that you got everyone else excited. And there's a few more questions in chat. Maimu has been asking, just saying, is curious if More Online 1 was inspired by the MMORPG Tibia, because it was extremely popular in Sweden, and both games have so many similar features.
I actually didn't play Tibia myself. Actually, I I saw it. I know what's it about. I got hooked in Ultima Line, and from Ultima Line, I went to Planet Side and Star Wars Galaxies. A little bit of Dark Age Camelot at one time.
Oh, I remember that.
But
Yeah.
no, but other than that, I've tried so many MMOs, but never really spent so much time and effort, which I did mostly in Ultima Line. So uh, I would say that Modline is most inspired by Ultima Line, and then some aspects from Star Wars Galaxies. Uh, some of the real-time combat is inspired from PlanetSide because they were the first MMO game that managed to do a real-time shooter experience with high accuracy, and that's led us to okay, we want to achieve that level, but in a fantasy setting with swords and magic and bows. So that's how we got quite inspired by their game, and we actually discussed that with Epic Games how they did it and how we could do it. So I think those are the games that stands out most when it comes to inspiration. And also, I was a big fan when I was younger to play Dungeons and Dragons, the old pen and paper with a group of friends that gave me the um, inspiration when it comes to the world and fantasy and settings and how magic would work and all that. So it's a mix of all those things I would say that inspired what Mortal is.
We could have been on many of those servers at the same time together, mate. It does sound like it. You just read off the list of the games that I used to love playing.
Mm.
That's amazing. Couple more questions just dropping in there. What about a feature, the character creation that disables PvP? So players who don't want to do any PvP at all.
Um, so there won't be any restriction or rule for that or a separate server. So what we're trying to do is offer a game world with logical consequences and rules and laws. So players and cities and nations can create some kind of um, safety for players, but it will never be an artificial or game rule safety function. It's so deeply part of our game and features. So our goal is here. Again, we noticed all the good and bad things when it comes to this PvP, griefing, and all that in the first game. So we fully understand where players that may not be as interested in PvPing and want to be able to enjoy the game world's function and beauty without being griefed or instantly killed by players. We fully understand that and see the value in that. Uh, but I think it's important to try to see the good part about this and why it is necessary and needed because we can't have this magical limitation in this area you can't hit someone anywhere else, and then if you stand go out of these boundaries you can all of a sudden hit them like in World of Warcraft PvP zones and non-PvP zones. We don't like that fake artificial limitations. So again, we try to focus on improving the flagging system, the consequences, and giving enough room and space and interest for PvP players to engage in more uh, fulfilling PvP where they can be occupied in a more challenging and interesting way instead of being bored and just ganking new players or griefing players. So that's what we're trying to focus on to offer. So there'll be room for all players and they can focus on what they're more interested in instead.
But there are, like, if you're in a larger town, one of the main towns, you're less likely to get stabbed in the face while going out shopping. So there
Yeah,
would be safer areas to be.
I mean, for sure, there will be a safety system which the guards is about. So there will be guards in all the major cities, and these guards are trained to protect their citizens. So obviously, if you're living in this city or in your starting city, there will most likely be guards that protect the citizens from murderers or thieves. But you always have to keep an eye out for thefts or people that want to try to get your items or steal from you or kill you. But guards will engage on site. If someone attacks you or do something hostile, the guards will instantly take action towards that player to prevent that crime from happening. And they can also ban you from the city if you have
Oh,
gone too far. So there is that kind of safety net for players to behave within the laws, or it will be more difficult for you, or even impossible for you to live in that city. So that's something that comes with the new AI and the gods. And then when players build their cities, it's more in their hand. They decide the laws there. So if they have a zero tolerance for murdering or thieving, they can invest in guards and also guard themselves and banning players by adding them on a blacklist or something
wow, those
similar.
a lot player created cities and their own law that they
Yeah.
enforce. I can't wait. It reminds me of like talking about Roman Victory game. My wife was playing that with me many years ago, and
Mhm.
we had a little farm that we were growing flax and other things on. And she went out for a walk, and our farm got raided by someone. She got killed, and um, that person stole my wife's axe that she spent about 6 months of real life trying to make. Because in them days, it was ridiculous growing that game. And
Mhm.
she basically rage quit the game. But the
Yeah.
person who killed her was found by the in-game law and was crucified for her murder in
Oh.
game, which is a very effective way how to deal with murderers back in the old days. Um,
Mm.
and they actually had it in the game, and um, it was bizarre. But like you say, it's a way you are gonna if you're out in the real world, somebody can kill you, which is unfortunate, but it can happen.
Yeah.
But if somebody
Yeah.
killed you, there would be consequences for those actions. So the best, like you say, you're doing is having a similar consequence system in the game.
Yeah. And and yeah, it's important for us to teach new players that it is a harsh world. If you venture out in the wilderness, a player could murder and steal your things. So it's important for that player to get used to that mindset that you have to be aware of your surroundings, be aware of your players around you, and learn how to use banks and housing and how to make it more secure for you. So obviously, you would store your gold and money and valuables in a bank so you don't lose everything or run around
I
with
keep
everything.
mine in a sock.
Yeah, that's one
That's
way. Yeah, but I mean that's part of it, and also to get the basic gear shouldn't be a grind just to get going. And obviously, you can also push that very far and go for high end materials that is super expensive and time consuming to produce. But and losing that would of course cost you. But then you have this choice to you can go deep into that and it will cost a lot, but it only gives this little edge. The aim is here that player skills and knowledge is more valuable than your gear. But obviously, well equipped gear with knowledge and skills is a very deadly combination.
um, like I'm here on a hill. I wanted to get a view to look out. I saw a castle. I wanted to go to this castle. I can't get in, which has made me a bit sad. But the
Yeah,
view, this is
mm.
huge.
I mean, the, the alpha currently is very, very large. So yeah, we're not joking when it comes to we're pushing the limits of having a huge world in Unreal Engine 4. So we're already doing quite a lot of hard work to make this possible. The game world is about 6 times larger than the old game world. It is the same continent, but it's highly recrafted, handcrafted. Everything's handcrafted, and we're optimizing pretty much in every patch and making sure it's as good as possible with the system we have currently. And yeah, it's still only a small fraction of the first continent that is called Milan, but when we're done, it's going to be about 6 times larger than the old continent, which is pretty big.
Wow.
And this tower you see here is called the Fabernum Tower, and that's the first small dungeon we're going to implement. So I think in the next patch or so, or the next again, we're going to have the inside of this, and there's a small dungeon beneath it which you can explore and get a taste of what to come next, because we need to test that.
Oh, a criminal's going to be put in the dungeon if I get caught being naughty. Are you going to put me in the dungeon, Henrik?
We'll see.
Oh, I'm excited. I just want to be naughty a little bit to be put in your dungeon. Oh, mate. Oh, this is brilliant. Oh, one. Okay. I've been asking questions for everyone else all night long. I've got one question. Okay, Sengoku's got one question. Technically, in kilometers, how large is the map?
So Milan was 64 square kilometers, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken. And so we're adding, it's 6 times larger than that, this first continent.
Oh, I'm
If
not
I'm
going to
not
do the
mistaken.
maths. 6 times larger
I'm
than 64 square.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 64 square. Or
Oh.
guys in the Twitch should confirm. I'm pretty sure someone remember it. But yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that's number. So it's gonna take a while to travel from one side to the other. Not just the first continent. We have 5 continents planned, so 5 times larger than that. That's when we have the base in place again. So
Brilliant. That leads nicely to my question of what tool are you using for your world creation? I'm going to throw out some names out there, like World Creator, which exports to Unreal, but also the old-fashioned where it's a world machine.
yeah, we have been using Wall Machine quite a lot to create the landscapes. So we first used another program called Chrome that we partnered with, but we lacked control and features and struggled with the size. So we went over to Wall Machine and created a base from there. So pretty much that, and then just using Unreal Engine after that.
That's impressive, mate. That is. I've I used World Machines for years, and I was saying to actually I was interviewing Quantum Theory, who sell things on the marketplace, but also used to be one of the lead art directors for Ubisoft. Worked on the Rainbow Six games, many other games, and also worked on the Mandalorian TV show as one of the artists. And basically, I used to turn on World Machine, start it working, go downstairs, watch a movie, eat dinner, raise my children, get my pension, come back upstairs, and it's still just about finished rendering.
Yeah.
So the fact that you've done this on 6 times larger than 64 squared, I'm more than suitably impressed. I take all my hats off to you and everyone in your team. It's amazing. Truly.
Yeah. It's been a long struggle, I can tell you, in so many ways. We went into so many technical issues and tried so many different ways. What we have now, it is working. We have a pipeline for it. It's not super um, efficient, but it works. The downside again is that in this scale, we run into some streaming issues in some of the parts of the codes that handles data streaming isn't really nicely written in the engine. So, so we are suffering a little bit from that, and that's the part we need to improve a little bit. But again, there's a few things we could do on our own, but depending on what we get from Epic Games, some of that could be a waste. So if we manage to have a good enough experience, the player says, okay, the FPS and performance is good enough, it works, because we need to remember that we need to have performance enough for AI, animals, creatures, and players as well, and in large numbers. So therefore, it's important that the environment is very optimized so it doesn't steal too much. Uh, so far, we haven't optimized the player characters at all, so they're very
Really?
expensive. Yeah,
And
and even though
I was
they're
still able to do that fighting without latency at that speed.
yeah, that's what kind of surprised us because we were expecting worse results. We organized one of the larger team fights, and there was characters all over the screen, and it was actually really good performance for the majority. We were surprised because we were expecting way worse FPS at this point because we don't have any optimization at all. We don't have any LODs at all on the characters, so we can only expect it to be much better when it comes to characters on the screen, which is awesome at this point. Um, so we're going to do some more large scale testing when we have implemented those LOD systems as well that will allow for very large scales.
That's nuts. I'm excited about this. We've got a question about the floating point. How do you handle the floating point issue, which is a bone of contention for many people trying to do massive open worlds?
Sorry, what was the question?
How do you handle the floating point issues once you get to a world that exceeds a certain size?
Ah. uh, so we have a cluster system that is similar to even line. So we don't have a really a hard cap when it comes to player population. I would say that the first cap we have or would be the client performance going down. So if there's too many players in one area, the first thing to start affect the gaming experience in a better way would be the frames per seconds because of client data is too much for the computer to handle. So since we launched the game on Steam, we have worked incredible much on improving the server data, and now we have optimized it like 100 times since then. So it's a huge difference. So right now, when we have uh, a node for every area to distribute player data and some of the AI data, and that number is going crazy. I mean, we can't really kill it with just player data. What will die much further sooner than that would be client calculations. So we are very confident that we have a really high roof when it comes to just supporting players in the game world. So the next natural cap will be physical space. I mean, if you throw in a few thousand players here, eventually everyone is gonna run around and don't have space. I mean, the wilderness will feel more like a park with a lot of players. So obviously we would need more land space the more players we get as well, and that's also part of the plan. If, as long as we have a growing player base, we will need the second continent as soon as possible on top of this first continent. I'm not sure how many players we would be able to have on one continent. I would say that the limit is uh, approximation when it comes to player um, density. I mean, experience wise, a player wouldn't have a wall of players everywhere running around, both because of FPS going down, and it wouldn't feel like exploration or adventure or wilderness if there's players everywhere. So we need to find a balance when it comes to that. And as long as the player population grows, we have more land space to be adding to the game.
The that that's crazy. You're hearing your limitations and what you're able to solve. Although once before I go on, people in chat need to start behaving themselves, or they get their bum smacked and get put on a timeout. So that's a warning out for people being naughty in the chat. But I think Unreal is a 64-bit engine, which doesn't have the limitations I think for the like Unity does, where if your world goes beyond a certain size in kilometers, then you have actual issues of the board being basically too big to calculate exactly the accurate position of items and objects. So I think that's one of the factors of moving over to Unreal versus Unity, is that actually you don't really have that as a problem, Sengoku. So one advice, if you want to have a massive world, move over to Lumberyard, CryEngine or Unreal, and you don't have to worry about floating point issues at the end of the day. I think the moral of that story is, I'm sitting here looking at your beautiful water, Henrik, in your amazing world, and I just had a look at the time, and you and I had a brief chat beforehand about how long does the stream last, and I said depends on how much fun we're having in chat, and you've had a ridiculous amount of fun with you today. I absolutely love your company. I love your game. I love your vision. I could sit and talk to you for another 10 hours easily without even taking a breath.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, it's always a joy to discuss this. This is my dream as well, to create this game, and someone that shared a vision and come from a similar background and know what we're doing is always a joy to have a chat with.
Mate, I will let you go to bed, and because I know it's very late for you. It's about 1 o'clock in the morning. No, it wasn't. It's nearly 2 o'clock in the morning, isn't it?
Yeah, almost 2.
Oh my word, almost 2 o'clock. And my wife told me, don't stay up too late because you need to paint the new house tomorrow. I need to paint the kids' room and clean the floors and mop the walls and clean out the fridge and do all the other things. One last question. They're asking, when is the next patch out?
I'm not sure exactly when it is. It's going to be a few more days before we're ready for that, I think.
Chat, pop into the Discord and wait for the announcements and be excited.
Yeah.
I think that's that one. Mate, thank you so much. Thanks again. Thank you everyone in chat, and thank you to the people who are behaving in chat, and sorry for all the people being naughty in chat and forcing the mods to give you timeouts. Naughty people, but everyone's getting very excited because they want to jump in and play this amazing game. Henrik,
thank you all.
Catch you later, buddy.
Yep, thank you.
Bye. What a lovely, 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 lovely man.
Listen to this shit. The #1 market for
and he gets his new car.